Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to a brand new series on the channel. What if Shadow Monarch Ashborn was reincarnated into the world of the beginning after the end? Synopsis: the greatest fragment of brilliant light, the former Shadow Monarch and King of the dead. Ashborn. He merely wanted serenity during his entire life, and when he eventually handed over his powers to his successor, he was ready to embrace his so-called peace in dreamland. Instead, he met him, the absolute being who had created them all. Offered another chance at life, he found himself in another world similar to the human world, but seemingly ages in the past technologically, with their own unique lore and abilities. However, in this world he had something he never had before, a true real family. A caring mother named Alice, a goofy but lovable father named Raynolds, and a strange podigy of a brother named Arthur. Make sure to check out the author linked in the description, and without further ado, let the tale begin. Chapter 1. Sung Jinwoo received the power of the previous Shadow Monarch Ashborn and became his successor. Meanwhile, Ashborn was ready to enter his dream world once and forever, but something unforeseen had happened. Ashborn once again saw his creator. He was sitting in front of a campfire on some log. Ashborn. It seems that you are finally able to rest. Come sit. He gestured to Ashborn to sit next to him. Ashborn didn't say anything and just sat next to his creator. Sorry for all that happened. You never liked wars, but eventually, you got dragged into it because of me. You don't have to apologize. Yes, I have to. You all were like children to me. Instead of enjoying the show, I had to take better care of you. Look what it evolved into. Ashborn just listened to his creator and went deep into his thoughts. He recalled other monarchs and rulers. But it was already too late to change anything. It was now time to rest. Ashborn, what do you think about humans? All of a sudden Ashborn was questioned by his creator. At first, I was neutral. It didn't really matter to me. Humans were all driven by their emotions. That was what I thought about them at first. Then I discovered him. Just when he became my successor, perhaps then I grew attached to at least one of them. Ashborn said, and a small smile emerged on his face. Can you tell me why you grew attached to them? I'm also interested. My successor, before becoming strong, was one of weakest, and despite being weakest he was still going in danger head on. He was ready to do that to save his mother and make his sister joyful. Just by observing him, I realized that humans may be weak against us, but by no means I can say that I lived happier than them. This feeling of joy in humans made me think about them in another way. Would you like to live as a human? Tell me, Ashborn. If I had the chance, then yes. Ashborn answered without hesitation. I see, then I won't be holding you here. What do you mean? Questioned puzzled Ashborn. What's with that expression? Where is the mightiest fragment of brilliant light? I don't understand what you mean by holding me here. Ashborn demanded. Like I said, I won't be keeping you here for longer. It's time for me and you to say farewell to each other. Ashborn didn't know what to say. To the person in front of him, he was nothing but a mere child. This person in front of him is someone that he can't really understand. I wish you good luck, Ashborn. Now goodbye. Ashborn just stared at a person and slowly his vision darkened. Ashborn attempted to open his eyes to see what was going on after his vision darkened. Congratulations, sir and madam, they are healthy boys, said a voice that Ashborn couldn't recognize. What is going on? What did the old man do? Thought Ashborn. Ashborn once again strived to open his eyes. This time everything was hazy. He then tried to sense everything with mana, but sadly, he couldn't achieve that. My mana. It's like it's not obeying me. I can feel it, but I can't control it, concluded Ashborn. But mainly, it seems that he turned me into a human being. Ashborn POV. What I learned in just a few minutes is that I'm now a normal human, maybe not that normal human. I have a mother, Alice, I have a father, Raynolds, and I also have a twin brother, Arthur. Calling them like that shouldn't be weird, right? This is how real families interact with each other. My name is also Ashborn here, coincidence? Maybe. Also heard that the town we live in is called Ashburn, not so coincidence. Hi little Ash, I'm your daddy, can you say dada? My father looked at me and my new brother and requested. I didn't know if that expression on his face was normal, but it was moronic. Honey, he was just born. My mother scoffed at my father. I saw mother with a house doctor. He isn't crying. Doctor, I thought newborn children were supposed to cry when they are born. My mother said. I should cry. No, the greatest fragment of brilliant light and former Shadow Monarch should cry. Even though this was a new life, I still have the self-esteem of my previous one. There are cases where the infant does not cry. By all means continue resting for a couple of days, Mrs. Lewin, and let me know if something happens to Arthur and Ashborn, Mr. Lewin. The doctor answered and I was relieved. The weeks of my new life were annoying. Not only I couldn't walk and crawl, but also I couldn't control my body at all. I can't even control it, that thing came out on its own. I pity you, humans, I should respect you for enduring things as such. Other than that, everything went normal. I don't think that I know what is normal or what, but it seems so. Mother was feeding me milk, it felt enjoyable and the milk tasted great. Don't think something lewd, okay? I also saw that magic exists in this world also. I saw my mother healing my brother Arthur. My mother is a healer, I guess. But the effect of healing is sluggish. Yeah, and he compared it to his healing factor, lol. Also, about where am I right now? I was observing my surroundings for quite some time already. There isn't electricity just like in my successor's world. I remembered then how I watched movies through Baru's vision. It seemed that this world wasn't modern, Middle Ages I presume. I also visited places outside of this residence a few times with my mother. I saw people walking with armors and weapons. Yeah, I was right, this world is just like the Middle Ages in that movie but with magic. My father always practiced his moves. I can't call it magic, how in the name of me, I shall call this magic. He was chanting something and 3 spikes emerged from the ground. For the time period that he was shouting this spell, someone could have killed him over 50 times by now. My brother Arthur, meanwhile, looked curious about this. His eyes were also constantly observing his surroundings. His eyes seemed to have a deeper meaning behind them than most of the adults. Possibly that is because he is my brother? Well, who knows? About magic, in this world, I would say that it's on the level of the earth. Yes, I would say that it is even weaker. Constantly sensing mana around, I learned that people in this realm are restricting their potential with some cores. They are forming some core in their belly, some have different colors. But I have a few theories about it, and it seems the clearer the core, the stronger the person. When they reach the brightest color, then what? If they will have a white-colored core, then what will they do? I don't understand many things, yet I have to observe even more. I will form this core to not bring up suspicion from other people, but I also need to find a way to increase my mana reserves. They are pathetically low, even lower than A-rank hunters on Earth. For now, it's now time to sleep. Damn you, old man. I can hear other monarchs laughing their asses at me. Chapter 2, Ashborn POV. I was a monarch in my former life. Powerful existence with an immense amount of mana that can destroy worlds. But right now I'm pleased about the sole single thing. I can crawl. My brother also learned how to crawl. I could enhance my body with mana, but I want to do it without the help of mana. To this day I could only move, no, I was carried by my mother or my father. When my brother and I were sitting on our father's lap, he was always telling us some stories about his old days. It turned out that my father Raynolds Lewin was an adventurer earlier. Also, he seems to have a lot of experience before. To explain the profession of adventurers, I would say that they are similar to hunters. He was a part of various parties that went on expeditions to search for treasure and carry out missions they acquired from the Adventurer Guild. He in the end settled down when he met my mother at the kingdom's border in a city called Valden. He proudly told us how our mother fell head over heels for him at first sight when he visited the town's adventurer guild hall that she had been working at that time. I knew he was lying because I could sense it, but after our mother slapped his back and told him to stop lying, I was 100% sure. By the way, I'm now Ashborn Lewin. Ash for short, just like my brother's art. For a former Shadow Monarch who could control the dead, this name was too childish. But it doesn't matter to me. I wanted to live as a human, and since for humans, giving nicknames is okay, I will bear with it. Well, I kinda also like that they call me Ash. It feels like I'm part of their family. I and my brother both have the same appearances. We got our mother's radiant auburn hair while our eyes were a bright azure color, inherited from our father. I don't know much about the preferences of this world, but in the former one, a lot of females would fall for it. Well, our crawling sessions together with my brother will be concluded soon, due to the fact that our mother is coming for us. I swear, you're going to become as hard to manage as your father. For a time I observed my brother. I can surely say that he isn't an ordinary child, possibly he is like me. He is already reading books. Unlike me, he reads books and did not just observe our surroundings. Cunning move, I myself never considered this. I as well started to read books, and I learned quite a lot. Currently, we are in a human kingdom called Sapin. There are 3 nations in total. The continent of Dicathan comprises 3 major kingdoms: the Forest Kingdom of Elenwar in the north, the Underground Kingdom of Darv nearing the southern border, and the Kingdom of Sapin, located on the eastern border of the continent. There also exists the Beast Glades, of which a large percentile remains a mystery. Not much of the Beast Glades have been traversed due to the abundance of beasts hostile to travelers as well as each other. Yet, every year, countless expeditions have been made due to the tempting riches one could reap. Flip. The Kingdom of Elenwar is the homeland of the elf race, located deep in the forest of Elshire where thick mist naturally forms, deterring all but the elves, who, with their acute senses, can navigate freely. Flip. The Kingdom of Darv is a network of underground passages and enormous caves that can span up to several kilometers, whereupon the dwarven race reside. Flip. The Kingdom of Sapin is easily the largest and most populated region on the continent. While this kingdom is primarily composed of humans, there are also many merchants from the dwarven race, trading commodities of many. Flip. While the Beast Glades house countless monsters and creatures, they also contain wondrous treasures with long-forgotten origins, obtainable by those who dare to seek them. There are records, written by adventurers and mercenaries, about dungeons and lairs of powerful entities that can make even the most generous priest into a greedy. Flip. Between the forest of Elshire and the Kingdom of Sapin lies the Grand Mountain Range, which spans across roughly 90% of the continent, separating the north and east from the west and south. Flip. While the Kingdom of Darv and Sapin hold a symbiotic relationship for resources, the elves seclude themselves and act aggressively towards every other. Everything that I read in this book was useful. But right now I want to learn about the place where I live right now. There probably are laws that we have to abide by, and who knows what other things there can be. Magic in this world seems to be limited. Unlike me, other people can't sense and control mana without the core. I by now sighted Arthur trying to sense mana, and we are only 7 months old. As long as he is okay, I will close my eyes on this. In a book that he is at the moment reading, I read that there are 2 types of magicians: augmenters and conjurers. Emitters are a whole different thing. Augmenters are most commonly seen amongst warriors who utilize mana, channeling it through their bodies to strengthen themselves and their attacks. The practice of conjuring is seen in mages, who, after utilizing their mana, can cast spells to give off a certain effect on the surrounding area or directly at a target. In my opinion, all that I learned in the book is a waste of time. I may not have my black heart right now, but I can constantly absorb mana from my surroundings. Mana is everywhere, and it even follows the flow of wind. All those people that think, with the brighter core they have more mana, they're entirely wrong. They just control and feel mana better. There is a small difference in reserves. That's in his standards. He is comparing this to the growth of Sung Jin Woo. Nevertheless, I'll have to form this core. Since all mages in this world possess them, I need it too. I also can't fall behind my small brother in front of my parents. By now, 2 years have passed since I learned about the magic of this world. It seems that my brother is close to forming the core. I'll hold on for him to finish forming the core. Arthur, what are you doing? I asked nicely. I saw it. Well, what can I say? I was monarch before, it's just that monarch is one who commands ferociously and does not ask. Arthur Lewin's POV. Arthur, what are you doing? My twin brother questioned me when I was meditating, trying to form my core. But it felt like it was an order. I can't make clear why I'm feeling like this, but my mind is screaming for me to tell him it all. It's like somebody brilliant is footing in front of me. I'm trying to form my core. Damn, I just told him everything. All right, but you shall do it outside. It is stated in the manual that forming a core has been unsafe since after forming, a lot of mana explosively is unleashed from it. My brother informed me and I widened my eyes at my stupidity. Does he know how to read? Is it normal for a 3-year-old child to know how to read? And also his voice, his eyes. How come it looks like he is already a grown-up man? I was already interested in this matter before, but somehow I always shrugged it off. Oh, I forgot. If I formed it here, then the house would blow up. I mumbled, looking down at the floor. It will be good if we will tell Par, Mom and Dad. He said, but there was some hesitation while telling Mom and Dad. Is he someone like me? I mean reincarnated. Why would he hesitate otherwise? I looked at my brother with a curious gaze, trying to dig up more details, but he looked at me with a deadpan face. Brother, you look weird. By all means stop staring at me like that, he said, but still maintaining his usual expressionless face. I looked away with embarrassment. Let's forget about that and go outside. I stood up and followed my brother. It's undeniable that he is also reincarnated, but I think he, like me, wants this to be a secret, even from each other. We went outside and I sat on the ground quite far from the house. My brother looked after me with crossed arms. He is observing with narrowed eyes, and they give me chills. It's time for me to form my core. I almost gathered all mana particles in my solar plexus, and then boom! Ashborn POV. I was observing how my brother was forming his core. He almost gathered almost all the mana that he had in the body. Soon he will complete the formation of the core. I wonder, isn't that too much for a 3-year-old child? If all this mana that he posses will be unleashed, we won't have a garden. Yes, as I thought. We won't have a garden. Boom! I quickly shielded myself with all mana that I had. I can say that this is outstanding for human beings. The explosion was big. The impact made a big crater in our garden. Our pretty flowers are no more. Mother and father looked terrified, but when they saw us in one piece, they only sighed. But shortly something snapped in their minds. You've got to be fooling me. He's not even 3. But he's already. My father said, not believing what has occurred. Arthur, meanwhile, looked pleased. He had a happy expression on his face and looked at the world with new colors. Congrats, Art honey. You awakened champ. Mother and father congratulated Arthur. Arthur looked around and eventually discovered the mess he made. He let such an amount of mana pass in the air. What a waste. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad. Am I in trouble? Haha. No, Art honey, you're not in trouble. We were just worried about you. I'm glad you're all right. Mother managed to giggle through half-teary eyes. Yes, they are very happy for Arthur. Surely it's good to have a real family. I'm glad for this opportunity. Now is the time for me to form this core, right? Let's get to it right away. Chapter 3, Ashborn POV. After my father learned about the awakening of my twin brother, he began to train him, and with that, it also implied that I had to join him. Father and Mother didn't know about my core yet. Since I haven't uncovered it yet, I'll tell them later in any case. Arthur, meanwhile, was looking at me with jealousy. Maybe the reason for this was that he was receiving tougher workouts than I. For now, I was only trying to find a faster way of increasing my mana reserves. I know a lot of ways, however, I have a human body. It won't be able to keep up with the sudden increase in mana. I'm still 3 years old and still growing. Later, under the influence of my mana, my body will also start changing drastically. This is one of the effects of being influenced by my mana. If I was my former self, I would be able to modify my body however I want. Alas, I can't do it right now. Well, in the long run, eventually I will grow up. Arthur also seemed to be proficient in swordsmanship. I noticed how he fought against Father. And there I would say that his swordsmanship is certainly impressive, even for monarchs and rulers. In consideration of how I never even tried to hone my sword skills, but only gathered experience from battles, yes, I can still be deemed as the sword expert. Yet, Arthur has the moves of someone who lives solely for the sword. Monarchs never really cared about techniques. We didn't actually require them, after all, we had something superior. Pure strength. Even physical capabilities were way higher than any being in the world. Arthur also is trying to get knowledge about magic as much as he can. Requesting our mother for new books. Mother luckily for Arthur had some connections in the guild and she managed to collect some books. Arthur doesn't even realize that for a child who is only 3 years old, it's really strange to read such books. It had some illustrations, but Arthur was reading the text itself and this was always noticed by our mother, who looked strangely at Arthur. And a year passed like that, and I haven't done anything in terms of development. I'm just expecting my body to grow. Honey, I think it's time we get Art a proper mentor, said Father while we were dining, and of course, our mother denied his idea. What? Raynolds. Arthur isn't even 4 yet. No! Besides, you said if our son was an odd mentor, you'd be able to teach him. Mother spoke with evident desperation. Duh, I'm glad I didn't show them anything. I commented in my mind and continued my meal. I, also, never expected our son to be this much of a prodigy in mana manipulation. Who has ever heard of awakening at the age of 3? Father responded a lot more calmly. Is it something that's special? I pity you, Arthur. I questioned myself. But that means he'll have to leave home. He's only 4, Raynolds. We can't have our baby leave home at such an early age. You don't get it. When I observed his body while he meditated, I couldn't help but feel that all of this was natural to him. Alice, honey, I'm holding my son back by trying to teach him something he can do in his sleep. Thus began our parents' quarrel. I looked at Arthur and he was also trying to peacefully eat. I looked at his eyes and he looked at me. Just say something already. I tried to tell him telepathically. What can I say, huh? He responded, making a confused expressions, or this was what I thought he meant in that. Art, this is concerning you, so you have a say in this as well. How would you feel about going to a big city and having a teacher? Our parents seemed to settle down and then Father asked Arthur, can I at least try to meet some mentors and have them see if I need to be tutored or not? Arthur asked. Obviously. Silence. We'll at least formally have his mana core and channels tested. We can figure out what to do from there. Mother broke the silence and muttered. Father nodded in agreement and I also nodded in agreement. And so we started our preparations for the upcoming trip. Going to the nearest town had to be the optimal choice, but it was determined that we have to go to Zyra's city. I found out that it was a big city that was floating in the air. How could humans create flying cities? Well, even encyclopedias can't explain that. Anyway, this journey was going to be long. In times like these, I wish modern transportation existed. In order to get to the city, we'd have to enter through one of the designated teleportation gates in the Grand Mountains, or else, it would effortlessly take months to travel throughout towns to reach the gate below the actual city, which floated near the border of the kingdom of Sapin and Darv. Besides, we will reunite with our father's former adventurers' party, and we will proceed with them to Zyra's city. While Arthur was packing his belongings, parents were packing necessities for our journey. Meanwhile, I didn't have anything to pack since I wasn't a bookworm like Art, and I just helped mother and father. And by mid-morning, we were ready to depart. I followed my mother while holding her hand. Arthur also tightly grasped mother's hand, and we walked towards our meeting point. I never really saw them before, so this will be my first time ever seeing them. Helen Chard, female augmenter, specializing in magic archery. Adam Crench, male augmenter, whose main weapon was the spear. Jasmine Flamesworth, female augmenter, who specialized in speed with dual daggers. Angela Rose, female conjurer, specializing in wind magic. Durden Walker, male conjurer, specializing in earth magic. We reached the inn they were staying at in Ashborn and saw them out in front, near the stables. Fellas, I want you guys to meet my sons, Arthur. Ashborn. Go on guys, introduce yourself. Father, after hugging his ex-party members, exclaimed. Arthur bowed towards party members and introduced himself. Hello. My father has told me great things about his fellow Twin Horns members. Thank you for traveling with us to Zyras. We'll be in your hands. Ha ha ha, what is this? Such manners. Are you sure he's your son, Ray? Red-haired adventurer named Adam laughed. What about another one? He then added and turned towards me. Thank you for accompanying us on our journey. I thanked them calmly with a nod. That one is more similar to you, but still, he is cooler. Adam teased father. That's because he inherited it from me, haha. My father responded proudly. Then Arthur was picked up by a blonde-haired woman named Angela. Angela hugged Arthur so tightly that he couldn't even breathe. I can clearly see how Arthur was in pain and when he was on the verge of passing out, when a giant named Durden picked him up. I was ready to interfere if something happened and wanted to channel more mana through my body, but fortunately, he just gave Arthur a thumbs up and smiled. Don't judge a book by its cover, a human who said that was wise. I remembered this saying from one of the movies that Baru was watching. I turned to face the woman that looked younger than everyone else. Straight black hair that was half tied at the back with a ribbon complementing her red, half-open eyes and curt-looking lips, making her seem very brusque. Arthur was also looking at her. Him, she slightly nods and then turns away. And the last member of the Twin Horns party was Helen Chard. I don't know how to describe her with words, but it seemed that she was most suited to be called leader of this group. It was already time to get going. I approached one of the carriages and just hopped on it. Others were looking at me with wide eyes, including Arthur. Did you just hop on the carriage so easily? Adam looked at me dumbfounded and asked. Yes. I replied. I didn't sense him using mana. Muttered Angela. I didn't use mana. Let's not sweat about it and get going, said father, and we finally departed. By nightfall, the once distant mountain range seemed to have doubled in size. We eventually stopped to set up camp near a small cluster of boulders. It was a good spot with the rocks blocking off nearly all of the wind and a lot of scrap wood from fallen branches to use as a campfire. I heard your pops say that you're some kind of genius mage. Is it true you've already awakened? I heard Helen ask my brother about his awakening. Arthur seemed lost and replied with the truth. Helen then asked him on what core stage he was, but Adam then stood up. Hey Raynolds, do you mind if I test your boys? Adams asked, turning to our father. All right, but be careful. I haven't had the chance to teach them how to properly fight yet. Art only did light exercises and some mana exercises till now. Both father and mother seemed at least a bit hesitant at first, but trusting their old comrade, father accepted. Come here, kids. Haha, let's see what you're made of. Chapter 4, Third POV. Arthur and Ashborn retrieved wooden swords which they received from their parents and stepped to the edge of the camp where Adam was expecting them. "You know how to reinforce your weapon, right, genius?" Adam asked Arthur this time. Everyone except Ash didn't know that he already formed mana core. It was there, but it was just for show. Ashborn can manipulate and feel mana without the core. Besides, he generates his own mana. I made this for plot reasons, yep. By this time, Raynolds already picked up that Adam was just trying to put on a show of dominance into his little boys. However, he just watched, knowing he wouldn't harm them too much. Arthur felt betrayed, while Ashborn looked like he didn't care. Alice looked more restless as she kept glancing back and forth between her children, Adam and Raynolds, keeping a firm hold onto her husband's sleeve. "Well, at least Mother is here to heal me if I get hurt, right?" thought Arthur when he saw that at least Mother was concerned about him. The brothers finally took a stance and looked at Adam, who was standing 5 meters away from them. Arthur's eyes narrowed at Adam. Soon he willed his mana in his legs and dashed forwards to his opponent with both his hands holding on the sword. Ashborn just looked at his opponent. He observed what he was doing, also maintaining an eye on Arthur to later match what he was planning. Arthur swung his sword at Adam. Adam, seeing this, still kept his cocky expression, but Arthur's swing had been just feint. Art blinked foot diagonally to his right. Adam's eyes widened at this. His smug look all but vanished and was replaced by a look of surprise as he realized what was about to happen. Arthur swung his sword at Adam's open rib cage and reinforced his sword at the last moment of his swing. The look of surprise on Adam lasted all but a split second before he pivoted his right foot with almost inhuman speed. Arthur squatted in time to dodge Adam's upward swing and linked his stance from a thrust to a spinning swipe and landed a blow on Adam's left ankle using all his momentum. Adam's ankle gave out at that moment, throwing him off balance. But he actually did a full-on split, followed by a roundhouse sweep with his legs as soon as he was on the ground. Arthur jumped to dodge the incoming attack of Adam, but shortly after, the attack was followed by Adam's stick. Arthur wanted to thrust the pommel of the sword to block the attack, but he saw another pair of hands emerging in his sight. Ashborn caught Adam's stick with mana-reinforced hands. Without wasting any time, Ashborn plucked a stick, throwing Adam off guards. "His grip," said Ash, and Art understood. Arthur strengthened his legs with mana and kicked Adam's grip where he was held on a stick. Adam was disarmed, so Ashborn soon proceeded to attack, by throwing the stick which he was holding at Adam. Adam swiftly dodged. "Haven't taught them how to fight, my ass. How the hell did you train these little monsters?" cried out Adam in frustration. "I didn't teach them that," Raynolds muttered. In fact, he himself was surprised. "Seems like we finished," Arthur managed to say while gasping for air. "But wait, when did you awaken your core? You reinforced your hand with mana, didn't you?" Arthur abruptly asked his brother, getting everyone's attention. "Just when you awakened," Ashborn responded blithely like it wasn't anything special. "Why didn't you tell us, honey?" Alice crouched to her children. "Just wanted to avoid more training." "So you were slacking off, you little. I'll give you one hell of training after this trip." Tick marks grew on Raynolds' forehead. Arthur was on the verge of tears. Alice simply smiled and others just laughed. But later Jasmine asked, "Where did you learn to fight like this?" Arthur's eyes widened. At the same time, Ashborn looked at Jasmine and just shrugged it off, altering everyone's attention to Arthur. "I learned by reading books and watching Dad, yes," Arthur said quickly, not to raise suspicion in others. Everyone turned to Ashborn then again. He hasn't done anything special, but he cooperated with Arthur greatly. "I just saw Arthur being hit by a stick, so I just caught it," said Ash, showing the same hand he caught stick with. "That easily?" asked Adam with narrowed eyes. He was quite frustrated at his failure. Ash looked at his father and met with his gaze. "I just inherited strength from my father," Ash stated, and the situation right away changed. "Haha. As expected. Both my sons are geniuses." After small talk, Arthur was asked to teach everyone his so-called simple technique. Ash, on the other hand, just slept, but not without airing his mana around to sense danger even when sleeping. Ashborn POV. A couple of days passed as we finally managed to make it to the foot of the Grand Mountains. On the way there, Twin Horns were trying to learn a little trick from Arthur. But for some reason, I got a bad feeling. If only I could stretch my mana over large distances. Also, I and Arthur now are officially 4-year-old brats. That was what Adam called us. Mother also made the cake. I don't know where she got the ingredients. Overall, it was good. In this journey, I also heard about elemental magic, which people categorized. Elements here are divided into 4 categories: fire, earth, water, wind. Those 4 categories also have a subclass, or let's call it superior stage. People with those subclasses are called deviants. Water to ice, humans only. Water plus earth to plant, elves only. Earth to gravity, humans and dwarves. Earth to metal, dwarves only. Earth plus fire to magma, dwarves only. Fire to lightning, humans only. Wind to sound, humans and elves only. Another waste of time. Once more, another restriction just like this mana core. They can't even fully utilize elements. While I was thinking about this, I felt something triggering inside me. At that moment, I was sitting in the carriage first in a row. Just barely managed to catch it. Who is bold enough to attack? I questioned myself. Perhaps, I was getting riled up a little. I will kill whoever sent this arrow. Bandits! Prepare to engage. Helen shouted from outside, and more arrows flew towards our carriage. Submit, O wind, and follow my will. I command and gather you around in protection. Wind barrier. Angela proceeded to cast a spell. Soon a wind hurricane redirected arrows in different locations. In a matter of seconds, the tarp covering the carriage was torn to shreds, and I got a better view of the situation at hand. We are completely surrounded. I could see at least 30 bandits around us. Our situation, of course, isn't favorable. They are at a higher position than us. In addition to us, they have long-ranged weapons. I started releasing my mana, and it seems not only me. Twin Horns, Father, even Arthur started channeling mana in their bodies. Afterward, a bald man with multiple scars deforming his face and a body of a bear carrying a giant battle axe spoke out. Look what we have here. Pretty good catch, boys. Leave only the girls and the kids alive. Try not to scar them too much. Damaged goods will only sell for less, he snorted with a smirk that revealed a nearly toothless mouth. Damaged goods. I'll kill him with my own hands. Tick mark grew on my head. Of course, I would get annoyed at this. Chapter 5, Ashborn POV. There are only 4 mages, and none of them seem to be conjurers. The rest are normal warriors. My father yelled at his team, informing them about enemies. Their only options for ranged attacks are only with bows. Moreover, those are merely some bandits. I concluded and wanted to hurry to assault the guy with a battle axe, as he was most physically gifted. Unfortunately for me, my mother didn't let me go, nor did I force her to permit me. So being a lovely son, I stayed with her. Angela's barrier was still working, but I doubt it can stop those bandits. Father reverted back to his former adventurer days when he had once led the Twin Horns, as his expression held the wisdom that could only come from experience. He donned his gauntlets, shouting, "Safeguard formation!" yelled out Father. Adam swiftly arrived behind us as he faced the back on the road, spear pointed, while Jasmine and Helen came to our left with both of their weapons drawn, cladding ahead. My father and Durden faced the mountainside, positioning themselves to protect us from the archers overhead. Meantime, Angela upheld her position, preparing another spell as she maintained her wind barrier active. Gather and guard my allies, O benevolent earth, do not let them be harmed. Durden cast a spell and a 4 meters high earth wall emerged in front of him. Earth wall. Using that moment, Father burst forward, raising his gauntlets in a guard position contrary to the arrows towards the enemy archers. Moments later, Angela finished her spell and unleashed a torrent of wind blades, aimed at the front and the back of the path. That was apparently the cue as Adam and Jasmine shadowed behind the wind spell, arriving in front of our distraught enemies that were covering their vitals against the flurry of blades. Helen remained, her arrow nocked and bow drawn, imbuing the tip with mana that shined in a faint blue light. At the same time, I formed arrows entirely made out of mana, on my hand shooting them towards bandits which were endlessly coming from all sides. Mana arrow being transparent, it wasn't noticeable by others, so neither bandits nor Mother could see the missile. I should try and not waste strength on those things. I considered how weak I was in this young human body. I had to preserve my energy. Even if I use a large amount of my mana to enhance my body, it will still feel the strain since it's only 4 years old. "Warrior coming your way, Helen!" Adam shouted as he dodged the swing of a mace, delivering an accurate swipe to the jugular of the unfortunate bandit. Bandit's eyes widened as he dropped his weapon, desperately trying to seal the lethal wound with his shaky hands as blood spurted out through the gaps between his fingers. Our mother was trying to shield me and Arthur's eyes from such a scene. Mother's eyes were looking up and she couldn't notice that we could clearly see what was happening. Meanwhile, a scruffy, middle-aged man wielding a machete lunged towards Angela, hoping to disrupt the spell. Although the wind blade spell didn't seem all too powerful, it provided a painful distraction that was keeping us on equal footing, despite our lack of numbers. Arthur was ready to block him and so was I, but Helen clearly shot down the guy with an arrow. It shot through armor. The man tried to balance himself with his machete, but before he could do so, I formed another mana arrow on my hand and shot him directly in the head, opening his skull for exhibition. Mother, Arthur, and Helen widened their eyes at this puzzling scene, but it wasn't a moment to think about this, so they quickly returned to their senses. Jasmine was engaged in an intense duel against an augmenter, whose weapon was a long chain whip. It looked like Jasmine was at a disadvantage since the range of her 2 daggers was lacking. She was doing all she could to dodge the erratic movements of the whip. "I'll make sure to treat you really well before we sell you off as a slave, little missy. Don't worry, by the time I'm done training you, you'll be begging to stay with me," he hissed, followed by another lick of his lips. The blind confidence of this guy made some doubts emerge in me. Are some humans that idiotic? Even though this guy is an augmenter, even compared to Jasmine, his mana pool is incomparable. I could end his life with 1 mana arrow, without him realizing this. Then I glanced at Durden, who was preparing some other spell. "Take heed, Mother Earth, and answer my call. Pierce my enemies. Let none of them live. Rupture spike." Dozens of earth spikes formed and shot towards bandits. Some of them could still dodge though. I wanted to attack with a mana arrow, but I felt some pain in my right hand. This body cannot hold an extensive quantity of mana. I, however, still shaped a mana arrow and shot it at the archer, managing to hit him in the chest. Durden was glad since he looked recognizably drained from the previous spell, with his jaw clenched as beads of sweat ran down his pale face. I noticed my mother taking out her wand after this, her hands trembling. She then shook her hands, put her wand back, and tightened her grip on us even tighter. The battle was coming to its peak. The bandit group had not suspected that every one of our group members would be capable mages. Because of that calculation error, all of the melee fighters were dead, the only ones alive being the 4 mages and a couple of dispersed archers on the run. Jasmine was still having trouble with the perverted chain user, but the arrogance on his face was wiped clean by this time, with a couple of nicks and cuts on his body dripping blood. Adam was engaged with a dual-sword augmenter. My attention suddenly shifted to the sound of the crash. Father had been knocked down against the debris of what was now left of the earth wall spell, and he was struggling to pick himself up as blood dribbled down from the side of his lips. "Dad! Honey!" Arthur and Mother cried out as they quickly rushed towards him. I, on the other hand, followed them, while covering their backs when they got out of the wind barrier. When they approached Father, Mom for some reason struggled to start the healing process. "Cough! Alice, listen to me. Don't worry about me. If you use a healing spell right now, they'll realize what you are and try that much harder to capture you. They'll be willing to sacrifice a lot more if they know. Father stressed his voice in a low whisper. After a brief, trembling hesitation, my mother took out her wand and began chanting. Father then gave up to persuade Mother and turned to us. Art, Ash, listen carefully. After the healing spell activates, they're going to try to capture your mother at all costs. Later, when I'm healed enough, I'm going to engage the leader and try to buy more time. I think I can beat him, but not if I have to worry about protecting you guys. Take your mother back down the road and don't stop. Adam will open up a path for you. No, Dad. I'm staying with you. I can fight. You saw me. I can help. Arthur yelled at Father. Listen to me, Arthur Lewin. Father roared at Arthur. I know you can fight. That's why I'm entrusting your mother to you. Protect her and protect the baby inside her. I'll catch up to you after this is over. Baby inside her? Even my eyes went wide after hearing this. So this bundle of mana in her belly was baby all along? I was planning on telling you when we arrived in Xyrus, but... Father couldn't finish his words. Arthur cut him off. Okay, I'll protect Mom. Arthur said firmly. Attaboy. That's my son. Mother has finished her chant at this time and both she and my father glowed with bright golden white light. Sinova, one of them's a healer. Don't let her get Awadash. The leader roared but then was interrupted by pain in his hand where he was holding the axe. He looked at his hand and saw a hole in it. Blood was dripping from it without stopping. My man arrow pierced right through it. My hand felt great pain after this attack. Father, sorry. I can't finish this alone. Can you lend me a hand? I requested. I can probably make another man arrow, but I don't know if I could use my right hand after it. So I will use it in extreme situations. Little smile crept on my face. Who would have thought I'm requesting help? Quite humiliating. More reasons to get back strength. Ash. Arthur, go take your mother. My father commanded Arthur. Art immediately grabbed Mother's and ran towards Adam, not giving her time to argue. Ash, stay here and support me from afar. Father said and I nodded. The father then rushed towards the Scarface guy and I stayed behind observing him. There weren't that many bandits now. I could only feel the presence of only 5. When I was trying to feel those guys, Scarface pinned my father down on the ground and brought his axe high in the air to swing it at him. I was lucky enough to predict, so when I arrived there, I quickly wrapped my hand around him. This guy has a tough body, I thought, while also feeling great pain from channeling mana in my body. Damien! Forget the plan, don't let them live. The leader barked out. Who now? I wondered since I couldn't sense anyone who had enough power to finish us all. I later felt some amount of mana gathering near Arthur and Mother. They weren't aiming for everyone, but weak ones. Obviously. They won't be able to evade. I stared at figures of Art and Mother. Behind them was the edge of the mountain, on the other side was Adam and his opponent. Damn it. I heard Art roar out. I almost forgot about the guy whose hand I was holding right now, his endurance greatly reduced after losing too much blood. At the same time Father was punching disgusting Scarface with all his might. Meantime, Arthur used a knife that Jasmine gifted him. Art threw a knife at the conjurer. After hitting him, Art pulled the mana string that was attached to the knife. Unfortunately, Art still fell down. It was actually time to get serious. I channeled tons of mana in my left hand. I then put it on his face. Crack. A few cracks could be heard. I willed more mana in my hand and absolutely shattered his skull. Scarface's lifeless body fell down on Father. A lot of blood was gushing out of it. I didn't wait for my father and rushed towards my mother. I formed another man arrow and shot it at Adam's opponent. Arrow went through the bandit and nearly hit Adam. I quickly made my way to the edge of the cliff, while also spreading all my senses to check how Art was. He's alive. I could sense his mana signature and his condition through it. Thereafter all of a sudden somebody attempted to invade my mind. Which of course turned out to be fruitless for whoever tried to do this. Who dares to penetrate my mind? I asked telepathically. Child, rest. I'll take care of your brother, said a mysterious voice in my mind. Since it called me a child, it definitely didn't know who I actually was. Who you might be? I queried. That doesn't matter. I'm someone who will lend you a hand. I will save your brother. So it was actually she all this time, also she isn't lying. You better. I remember your mana signature. I will track you down and kill you. I threatened her. I don't want to provoke such a person as you. She playfully responded, at least I couldn't detect any lies in her words. That's good for me. I stopped augmenting my body with mana and let the darkness consume my sight. Prior to completely falling unconscious, I once again warned her. If by month Arthur won't be with us, you won't be able to close your eyes even after death. Chapter 6, Ashborn POV. When I woke up, the first thing that I felt was sadness around me. Mother, father, and Twinhorns, all of them wore a sad expression. I felt the same way, but I had different reasons. How could I trust that voice? Why did I stop channeling mana? How is Arthur now? I kept asking myself those questions. I had problems with using mana right now. The reason for that was of course strain on my body. A big amount of mana for such a young body is like venom. If I used even more than that, my body would most likely explode. Yes, explode. We reached teleportation gates on those damn mountains. A day later I woke up. My mother calmed down after the incident, but she is still feeling down. Same with my father. But no matter what, they have to continue, and they know that. They have to raise another child that is still not born. Also me. They won't leave me, right? After we separated from Twinhorns, we teleported into Xyra's city. There we met a friend of my father's. Vincent Helstia, a thin proper man with glasses and parted hair in a suit, is how I will describe him. Tabitha Helstia, the wife of Vincent, and Lilia Helstia, their daughter. They happily accepted and offered a shelter and meals. Father started working for Vincent as chief guard of the Helstia auction house. It seems that somehow they are at least getting over the incident. I, on the other hand, knew very well that Arthur was alive. After I rested up a little bit, I was able to at least try and sense mana. And fortunately, the mana that I left on Arthur is still responding. I as well identified that Arthur was for some reason happy. I guess that mysterious voice wasn't actually that bad. I commented in my mind. That mysterious voice was suspicious, but for an individual like me, it doesn't matter how mysterious it is. As long as Arthur is all right, I don't care. Father also started training me more roughly, always telling me that I should become stronger. I complied because I didn't want to upset him. He and I were training with other guards of the Helstia auction house. Soon the month will be up, if Arthur doesn't come back. I'll go and search for him myself. My mana is still on Arthur, and it shouldn't be a trouble to at least find direction. It will be hard to find the exact location of Art, but I'll manage that. Besides, I didn't want to use something, nor I ever planned to use it anywhere else. Yet circumstances are forcing me. Forget it. For now, I'll just wait. A month and a few weeks passed. Still nothing from Arthur. Evidently, I'm by now concerned. But Arthur is still alive. The last time when I tried to feel my mana, it changed course, and if my guess is true, then Arthur is in the forest of Elshire. Why is he there? I wondered. Arthur POV, everything here is from canon. You can skip it if you want. Can you tell how far we are from Elmore now, Tesha? I asked on a particularly clear morning on the 5th day of our journey. Her elongated ears twitched as she began surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, she ran to a particularly crooked tree and ran her fingers over the trunk. A few minutes of silence went by before she came, visibly excited. That tree is one I used to come with my grandfather sometimes. I remember carving my name into the trunk of the tree when he wasn't looking. We're not too far anymore. I think that if we quicken our pace a little bit, we'll be able to make it by tonight," she said, pointing to the tree. "Sounds good," I answered, following behind her. As lovely as the journey had been, I needed to make my plans to somehow get home, and that wouldn't be possible until I got her home. Although I admit, I'd probably miss her after this. "Arthur? You said your family and the people close to you called you Art. I feel that, through this journey, I have gotten close enough to call you that as well." We were crossing a stream atop a moss-covered log bridge when she suddenly stopped. "So, can I call you Art as well?" Tesha turned around, revealing a wide smile. Sure, I don't mind," I said, returning her smile. "You don't mind? TCH, you could sound a bit more enthusiastic." She stuck her tongue out at me. "I would be honored to be called Art by you, Your Highness." I made a bow gracious enough for a noble despite my tattered clothes. "Hee, and you may also have the honor to call me Tess," she giggled, curtsying back at me before turning back around and hopping off the log. It was dusk now and the fog around us seemed to be getting thicker. My sense of direction was all but useless in this blasted forest. Enough so that, if I were to get separated from Tess, I could wind up traveling in circles without even realizing it. She suddenly turned to me, her face a mixture of happiness and hesitation before she muttered, "We're here." Looking around, the only things visible were clusters of trees and fog. Confused, I was about to ask where we were, but I stopped myself when I saw Tess placing both her palms on a tree and muttering a chant. Suddenly, the fog around us was sucked into the same tree, and what came into vision was a giant wooden door that seemed to be propped up by itself on the ground. Tess grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the door. When she opened it, I was reminded of the portal that Sylvia had pushed me through. The experience didn't feel any better the second time, but I at least knew what to expect. As we softly landed on our feet, arriving at our destination, I immediately rummaged through my bag to make sure I still had the stone Sylvia entrusted me with. It was only after confirming that it was still there did I finally look up and take in the scene around us. Ashborn POV. "Dad, can I ask you something?" "Yes, Ash." My father turned to me with a raised eyebrow. "Can I get a beast's core? I want to get to the next stage." I lied. I intended to do something entirely different. "That's not impossible, but hey, you never told me on what stage you are." "I'm about to enter the dark orange stage." I answered again with a lie. "If I wanted, I could form an even higher stage." "That's my son. He is catching up with his old man." My father hugged me and tears of happiness formed in his eyes. "Dad, stop, I can't breathe." I managed to force out words from my mouth. "Oh, sorry, I can get you a beast's core," Dad said and went somewhere in a rush. Few minutes later. "Ash, Vincent had some beast cores without use, and he gave us some of them." My father showed me 3 beast cores. I needed as many mana cores as I could get. If it could, it would be good if it was fresh, I mean from a newly killed mana beast. If it had beast will inside it would be even better, but I doubt that any of those cores are A rank. Ashborn learned about beast wills after coming to Xyrus City. Those cores should be from B-class beasts, maybe even lower. But it should be enough to break through the stage. "Thanks, I'll go meditate someplace in silence." "Oh yeah, take them." Father handed me beast cores and went somewhere. I'm presently in the woods of Halstia Manor's backyard. Since all mana of those beasts is in cores, it should be possible. I thought and looked at the first beast's core that I positioned on the ground. I haven't done this for quite some time. Small smile emerged on my face as I said this. "Arise," I said in a commanding voice, forcing mana in the beast's cores to shake. I washed my mana over it, bolstering the shake. Small cracks started appearing on the beast's core and shadows commenced leaking out of it. Once shadows started coming out, cracks on the beast's core got even bigger. In the end, the beast's core blew up into small pieces and flew around. In the spot of the previous mana core stood a beast with wings and the head of an eagle. Its body was in colors of bright blue and black. Imagine an eagle, but bigger than average. Shadow Soldier has a bright blue color instead of purple. So this is how poor my mana pool is in reality? I don't exactly know if it works like that, but when some received Black Heart in Manhwa his mana had a different color. Maybe it's just because of Black Heart, but maybe it is because the mana pool got bigger. Shadow in front of me lowered its head, showing me his loyalty towards me. I just approached and patted it. Your name from now is Adler. I dubbed my newly acquired Shadow Soldier and as well in my mind ordered him to hide in my shadow, to which it complied. This beast had to be around the B-rank beast, but under the influence of my mana, it seems that it evolved. It is now absorbing mana from its environment rapidly. I noted. Now it was time for other beast cores. I placed both cores on the ground after I walked away, freeing some space between us. Arise. Both cores fractured and shadows began leaking out from them. Soon the shadows grew bigger and cores exploded. Shadows finally formed the figures of animals. One appears to be another flying creature. It had the body of a lion with wings, but its face was like a hawk's. His wings were glowing blue and leaked mana from them. The second shadow had the form of a bear. Its size was 5 meters in height, but he shall be able to alter the size. Its mana pool is kind of big for such a little body. I already know how I shall name you. I told the shadowy figure of the bear. You are going to be Tank. As for you, you look like a hawk, so your name is going to be Hawky. Now both of you, in my shadows. As the first soldiers in my army, they had to have names, so I just gave them one. Experiment was successful. Ashborn POV. Presently, I'm having dinner with my father and my mother. It's already quite some time since that occurrence took place. 2 months since then. My mother's belly has grown a considerable size in that time frame. The meal that we were having right now was our most favorite one. It was the first time my mother decided to cook for us since we came to Xyrus. I was enjoying beef stew until once again someone decided and tried to invade my mind. Is it that mysterious voice that sprung up before? I wondered. This time it also tried to invade my parents. Obviously, I wasn't letting it happen. So instead I counterattacked on my own. I focused on the foreign mana signature and I saw some woman's face, clearly an elf. Who are you, woman? I asked the woman. She flinched and with wide eyes stared at nothingness. I ascertained this woman, till I saw someone next to her. That someone was Arthur. Oh, is that Arthur? Let me talk to him. I was polite enough to ask an old lady for permission. Speaking through someone's body is indeed crude. Arthur POV. Enough about that, though. Arthur, you're here to see your family, so that's what I'll help you do. Close your eyes for a moment and picture your family members. Focus on their appearance and their mana signature. I'll take care of the rest. The elf woman Rinia told me and I did what she told me. I closed my eyes and imagined the last scene I had of them both together, my father badly wounded and my mother healing him and Ash trying to cover us. After some time I heard some movement from Rinia. I didn't open my eyes because she didn't tell me to. How in the world? Muttered Rinia and something snapped in my mind. I heard a familiar voice. Arthur, how are you? I recognized this voice, it was 100% Ash's. Ash, is that you? I asked. I knew that was him but I had to clarify. Yeah, that's me. Some elf woman just tried to invade my mind. I kicked her out of the course and told her to not do such things next time. And then I saw you next to her. He told me, but for some reason, I think he was too calm in a situation like this. Ash, I wanted to see you guys and that woman just helped me. Is that so? I hate when someone invades my mind, so get out, even you. I'll let you talk to mother and father. He briefed me that he hates when someone invades his mind as if it happened before, maybe bad memories out. Elder Rinia, can you try it again? Ash said that he will let us see parents this time. Rhino, for some reason, reluctantly nodded a few times as sweat poured down her face. Ashborn POV. I located where Arthur is now. Just wait, Arthur, I am coming for you. I continued eating my precious stewed meat when I heard that something fell on the floor. That was my father's spoon. I stared at them and soon they started tearing up. I knew that they were going to tear up, but why should you drop such a precious meal? You just heard the voice now too, right, Ray? She blurted, her voice edged with desperation. Please, tell me it wasn't just me that heard his voice. Why, yeah. I just heard Art's voice. My father replied, unable to still make sense out of all of this. He's alive. Honey! Our baby is alive. Oh my goodness. Alice had fallen on her knees as her voice trailed off into weeping. She was crying while she had a smile that told us her tears were of joy. Mom, please be careful. You still have to give birth to my and Arthur's sibling. I told her, trying to calm her down. Our son is alive. Father laughed out madly. They were crying, but this time of joy. I won't have to worry about their conditions. Now they'll finally sleep peacefully. Tank, protect my parents. Hide in their shadows for now. I commanded Tank. He swiftly went in my parents' shadows unnoticed. Tonight I'm departing. Hockey, you better demonstrate yourself. I could feel a certain winged creature chirping inside my shadow. It was already dark outside. By now parents wished me good night and went to their bedroom. So it was the perfect time for me to leave unseen. I took my clothes and wore them. Other than that, I wasn't planning to take anything. I'm rather confident of not requiring any nutrients for days. Time to depart. I opened a window in my room and jumped out of it. Without my command, Hockey appeared and I landed on it. Hockey didn't need to flap its wings. Since its feathers were all from Mana and gave Hockey the ability to fly without flapping wings, this is convenient since no sounds were produced. Moreover, Hockey can detach feathers and control them from a distance. Its mana pool isn't big compared to my other soldiers, but with an ability like this, Hockey is a silent assassination machine. The winged creature shall be able to kill the horde of beasts without any problems. When we flew up high in the air, a small breeze caressed my face. Hockey, fly with all you've got. I commanded, as Hockey accelerated towards the forest of Elshire. While accelerating, Hockey folded its wings and bent itself a little bit. It didn't take a second for him to accelerate to the top of his speed. At this pace, we will reach the forest in like 2 to 3 hours. I said and looked down from Hockey. What I saw down there were the lands of Sapin that were passing rapidly. Hockey sure is a suitable creature for transportation in this world. About an hour later, we have reached the forest of Elshire. We should be currently on the border of Beast Glades, Kingdom of Sapin, and the Kingdom of Elenwar. On the map, the capital of Elenwar was in the center of this forest. Besides, I can feel the direction of Arthur's mana. I'm already close to him. Adler, you also come out and search for Arthur. I commanded, and Adler quickly flew out from my shadow. Unlike Hockey, it had to flap his wings. But Adler is also quite quick, and it is able to keep up with Hockey. The gigantic forest itself was foggy. Even if I channel mana into my eyes, they won't make the image clear either. Then there are these big trees which block my sight. I had to continue searching for Arthur, with mana detection. Quickly making my way through the woods, I could feel Arthur's man better and better. I still need time till I reach his mana signature, but to quicken the process, I'll spread some work. Hockey, lead me there, I'll go myself. I told Hockey, as I jumped down from its fairly large body. In the air, I neared downwood, sticking out from a gigantic tree. I reinforced my hand and tried to dig it into it, but unfortunately, the damn stick broke in half. I sighed at my failure and reinforced my legs instead. With a loud bang, I landed on a larger stick. Phew, how can I fail in such situations? I wondered and looked around, not like there was anything. Tree, and another tree. Trees everywhere. Will I meet any elves here? Augmenting my whole body, I started hopping from one branch to another, following the direction of Arthur's mana. Hockey and Adler are way ahead of me and they are scouting from above. I'll have to catch up with them. I decided to take a little rest after moving through the woods of Elshire Forest. I called back Hockey, just in case something happened. I sat on the branch of another big tree, till I sensed another mana signature near me. I'm not sure if these mana signatures are from elves or not, but if they are, then I'm going to attach Hockey to one of them. With this, I can rest, instead of wasting energy on searching. I doubt if any of them are able to sense it in the shadows. Just when Hockey blended with the shadows of elves, I got an emergency message from Tank. It was regarding my father, who was entering my room where I was supposed to be asleep. I hope I didn't lose practice. I thought and sank in my shadow, popping out right behind my father. Wakey wakey, it's time for training. I heard my father's voice. He was steadily approaching my bed. Come on, it's time for training to wake up. He lifted up the blanket, only to see 2 pillows. Ash. I walked next to him and just put my hand on his shoulder. "Aw!" he screamed, as he looked back with a terrified expression. "What are you doing?" I asked, and he seemed to calm down upon seeing me. "I wanted to wake you up, but it seems that you are already awake." Sigh. He released a heavy sigh. "You are in a good mood." "I understand why," I muttered, and he smiled. "Let's go outside and train. 2 of you continue searching for Arthur." I gave the command to my servants. "Phew. You can go rest, Ash." Father sighed and told me. It was very fortunate that I was only practicing swordsmanship with him. If there were other physical activities without the usage of mana, I would be dead. Father was increasing the intensity of training, seeing that I could keep up with them. Stupid father. At that moment, I once again received another message from my shadow soldier. Seems like Adler found elves. I dived into my mindscape and changed perspective from mine to Adler's. Hide in one of his shadows. They'll probably enter one of the cities and we will continue searching from there. I told Adler and went to sleep. When I was monarch I didn't need sleep, alas, I'm human. Adler by this time already merged with the shadow of one of the elves and continued spying on them. The same was with Hockey, who kept observing elves from shadows. Chapter 8, Ashborn POV. I'm reviewing information that I got from Adler and Hockey. They both already entered major cities of the Elven Kingdom. So Arthur became some Virion guy's disciple and now is allowed to stay in the Elf Kingdom. Not only that, it seems that he can freely walk around the city and nobody is allowed to do a thing to him. The King of Elenwar spread this information for everyone, to avoid Arthur getting harmed. Adler, good job. That makes everything easier. I complimented my eagle servant. He happily chirped in response. Since I'm Arthur's twin, this leaves me less trouble. I can walk around the city of Elenwar and the elves will think of me as Arthur. The comical situation indeed. Another piece of information is that Arthur resides in a castle with the royal family, which makes it even easier to find him. Seems like Arthur picked up the interest of this Virion guy if he let Art stay there. I commented in my mind. I don't know why Arthur agreed on becoming a disciple, but as his brother, I felt proud of him for surviving all the hurdles. It's only natural for a brother to feel proud of his sibling. I thought, remembering how my successor cared for his sister. But she was also quite rude to him. I remembered moments when his sister grumbled in displeasure and sometimes even hit him on the head. Useless thoughts away, I will sleep some more. So I wouldn't be tired in Elenwar. Time to go, I said and changed my clothes. Adler already found a place where I can teleport, unseen by other inhabitants of the same place. I sank in my shadow and emerged right next to Adler, and as soon as this happened Adler merged with my shadow. Hockey, come here. I then commanded my second servant, who later appeared in my shadow. Ready to come out right away. Let's take a walk now, I said out loud and began walking away from the alley. When I came out of the alleyway, I saw a wide street, with lights still turned on, lightening the entirety of the site. Elves sure worked hard, it feels like it's still daylight. A large number of elves were still roaming around doing different things. Still, nobody noticed me, as I kept my presence hidden. I commenced walking towards Arthur's mana signature, which was pretty close. Why didn't I ask my shadows to find Arthur and merge with his shadow? Because I'm going to find him myself. Arthur's mana is clearly apparent to me, I can feel it so clearly that I know accurately what he is doing now. I indeed could sense him sleeping peacefully, while some elf girl was standing right next to his bed. That is suspicious. I narrowed my eyes when I felt a girl's mana near Arthur, at this hour, at night. I reinforced my legs with mana and jumped on near the building without anyone hearing me. The castle was close to me, I should be able to stop them from doing anything stupid. Who is that girl anyway? Asterisk spoiler warning asterisk if you ask me how he can sense mana at such a distance. Then an LN Jinwoo as Shadow Monarch could cover the whole earth with mana and sense Beast Monarch on another side of the earth. So that's easy, even if he is a child for now. Hawkeye, come out and fly towards the castle, I telepathically commanded, as Hawkeye flew out and swiftly jumped on him. Feeling me standing on him, Hawkeye flew high in the ground without creating much noises. I spotted many things that weren't in Sapin. First of all, schools. There were plenty of them. Unlike humans, elves seemed to be more caring about their future generation. Overall, Elenwar is way better than Xyrus. Hawkeye descend. Hawkeye commenced downward when we were already above the castle. The castle itself had a backyard, a perfect spot for our landing. We successfully landed on the ground, immediately Hawkeye jumped in my shadow. No guards noticed my presence. I noted in my mind and went towards the castle. I swiftly entered through the door that connected the big hallway to the backyards. Arthur POV. While I was peacefully sleeping, having beautiful dreams, unfortunately I wasn't able to dive in my dreamland that far. Apparently, a certain elf girl had to wake me up. Her violent behavior for a long time bothered me, this time wasn't an exception. Ugh! It hurt seriously. Tess fell on me with an elbow aimed at my stomach. Art, let's go out, she said. I could feel some sadness in her voice. What? Apparently, the princess wanted to sneak out of the castle and roam around the city. Because she always wished to freely walk around without the need for guards and companions, while enjoying views. Are you scared to go alone? I teased and she just turned around, avoiding eye contact with me. Tisk, I'm just allowing you to walk with me. She angrily pouted. But, I'm so sleepy. I groaned once again and fell on my bed. Please, Art, just this once. She showed me puppy eyes. You guys should sleep more if you want to be healthy. A new voice rang out in our ears. I seriously thought it was Gramps, but the next line shocked me. Arthur, haven't seen you for months. So, someone I haven't met for months. Who are you? I asked a voice and looked at Tess, who looked scared. Can't you recognize brother? Voice asked me. For a moment I stopped in my tracks. My brother? How the hell did he get here? I screamed in my mind. Now I was sure of the identity of the voice. Ash? Yes. He quickly responded and came out from the darkness. With moonlight, I was finally able to view his face after so long. How did you even get here? I demanded, not comprehending how he got into the castle. But that's not all, how had he even arrived in Elenwar? You can say the mana beast helped me. He answered. Excuse me, who are you? You seem close to Art. Tesha interrupted, asking for identity. Ash finally noticed her. Oh! Arthur. I know it's maybe too early to say this, but you have my blessing. He first turned to Tess, then turned once again towards me and said this. Now I'm embarrassed. Why are you saying this with such an emotionless face? I realized what he implied. Unfortunately, Tess as well understood the meaning behind Ash's words. Her face was red as a tomato. She couldn't even utter a word to Redord. This was the time when someone opened the door. Ha! Found you, little one. Gramps rushed into the room but froze after catching my brother in sight. He first glanced at me and Tess. Our faces were all red, and that was probably the most confusing part for him. Then he turned to Ash. Noticing him, Gramps narrowed his eyes even more. Brat, did you invent new magic? He asked, and in response, I shook my head. Excuse me for invading your lovely castle like that. I'm Ashborn Lewin, brother of Arthur. However, Ash's forced introduction didn't reassure Gramps anyhow. Him. Virion stared at Ashborn for quite some time, then turned towards me again. After staring at me for some time, it felt like he was measuring us. Then he again turned to Ash. This. Brat. You are going to give me a heart attack once with those tricks. He cried out at me while pointing a finger at Ashborn. Gramps. He really is my twin brother. For real? For real. I and Ash answered at the same time. That explains why you are so similar. But the second question is, how did you even get here? Gramps demanded. I was pretty curious about this too. I got a unique mana beast companion. Ash responded to his question. Can you show me this friend of yours? He is standing behind you. Ash pointed in Virion's direction. I looked towards him. Virion turned around, to be met with nothing but black. I was confused too and looked around until I noticed something blue glowing in the darkness. So the bird-like creature parted its wings and opened its eyes. His body is black, but wings are glowing blue. How did I not notice it? I yelled in my mind. I wasn't able to sense the slightest sounds or mana. How could it enter here, even without Gramps noticing? Brat, this is? Startled Gramps yeller and backed away from the creature. I call him Hockey. Ash answered nonchalantly. Ash from time to time is childish, but he doesn't realize that. It's so beautiful. Tess finally spoke, while staring at the mana beast in front of her. This mana beast looks like Sonichawk. But it doesn't have such colors. And such colors are nearly impossible to have by normal mana beasts. Saying this, Virion walked around mana beast now already known as Hockey and observed it. Ash, you should be tired of such a journey. Want to take a nap? I questioned him. No, I was laying on Hockey while he was flying. He answered. Arthur, you may already realize what is the real reason for me coming here. He continued, and when he said that, the air in the room tensed up. Will you come back or stay here? He finished with a question. Ash, I already told our parents why I'm staying here. I have to assimilate with my beast will. I answered, but his next statement shocked me and Virion too. If I told you that I have a way to remove the beast will, what will you do? He asked. No. I answered without any hesitation. This was Sylvia's will, not in a million years I will agree to weed it out. Ashborn POV. No. He answered my question without a second thought. Guess there's nothing I can do about it. I see. But soon our youngest sibling is going to be born, don't you at least want to come for this? I questioned him. Seeing how he glanced at Elf Girl, I added more to my statement. Of course I assure you that I will bring you back here. No, Art, he is just kidnapping you. Elf Girl shouted and clenched to Arthur. But it's still early, isn't it? It should be months away from actual childbirth. Arthur returned the question. Minimum 2 months. I answered. That wasn't an exact answer. I don't know when Mom got pregnant, but right now, by judging from the size of her belly, this is just the minimum. I'll come in 2 months then. I told him and began walking towards the window. There wasn't my need anymore. Wait! Are you going to leave like this? He called out for me. Yes, it's not like I have a choice. Mom will be worried if he sees that I'm not in bed. Besides, I see you are okay. Also, I verified that I will soon have a sister-in-law. As I said that, I jumped out of the window. I heard Arthur shouting at me in the room, but I left by that time, leaving Adler in Arthur's shadow. Now it's time to go home. Virion Aerolith POV. After the second monster brat left, I wondered where that mana beast behind me went. Mana beast or not, it left without any sounds. As a wind mage, I should be able to sense movements in the air without any trouble, but this beast vanished. I couldn't sense anything at all. The brat was the same. I couldn't see his mana core stage, I couldn't sense his mana. I'm a mid-silver stage augmenter and I couldn't see his mana core of a 4-year-old brat. Is that even possible? I don't know. If there are such siblings as those two brats, then I fear to see their family. Chapter 9, Ashborn POV. Right now I'm in my room, pondering about what I saw inside of Arthur when I checked what was the thing that they termed as beast will. This feeling that I felt when I entered Arthur's mindscape. It felt like... Spoiler warning. Cup of reincarnation. Not exactly it, but it felt like there was it. Perhaps rulers used Cup of Reincarnation once again and it couldn't hold it anymore and reached the limit? Did the cup finally break? TCH, I clicked my tongue at this patheticness. They couldn't even take care of such a mightily and hazardous tool. If my guess is right, then, this means that when the cup finally broke, somehow few fragments reached this world. But that's not the only thing. That beast will inside of Arthur could manipulate this power even if not perfectly. Which means only one thing. If there is an individual who is able to handle it, there as well will be another one who can do the same. This world has luck. If the cup was to get in this world, with full its capabilities, the world would be without a doubt doomed. And now that the cup doesn't exist, it means there is nothing I should worry about apart from fragments being here. Even the cup itself couldn't deceive monarchs and rulers when reversing time. Now I doubt it couldn't even stop time in our presence. I still have to prepare. I haven't recovered even an ounce of my former power. I muttered. If there is an individual capable of influencing fragments, undoubtedly it would be the strongest creature on this planet. Now that I think of it, it is truly foolish to believe that there is only one mainland on this planet. It was decided by me after my mother successfully gives birth to my precious young sibling, I shall visit a place where I can increase my army count. Perfect spot for this. Beast Glades. The territory is full of mana beasts and my eventual shadow soldiers. The entirety of Beast Glades is still not explored, meaning people don't tend to go down further in dungeons. Constantly new dungeons appear on the surface, many of them are cleared by adventurers for rewards. Lower-level dungeons, with stronger mana beasts, are mostly blocked and entry is restricted only for military operations. That is only better for me. If humans can't go deep down there, that means that nobody will see me there. Mom, when exactly will you give me a little sibling? I asked, while also trying to act childish. Soon, honey. It's already the 8th month. She responded to my question, with her always reassuring smile. That means, in about 1 month or so, right? It was now my father who asked. Yes. Briefly answered my mother. If only Arthur was able to come here. Muttered father, he was visibly sad about him not being with us. I didn't voice anything. If I mentioned something about bringing Arthur now, my mother would get too emotional, which is bad for her condition. Father, I also wanted to ask something. Instead, I changed the topic. What is it? He turned to me. You aren't against me having a mana beast as a bond? I questioned him. Not particularly. He answered. It's just because I got to bond. Oh really? Wait, what? He stared at me dumbfounded, he still couldn't process what I told him. My mother was also the same as him, confused about the whole situation. As I said, I got a bond. I repeated what I previously said, making both of them widen their eyes. "And where's your bond?" Father asked me. I could already see a glimpse of excitement in his eyes. "You see, he is special. Come out, Hockey." I called out for my servant, who swiftly emerged from my shadow. "Whoa! But when or where did you find him?" My father demanded with excitement in his voice while staring at the black creature with the blue wings in front of him. The only woman in the room looked skeptical. In response to this, Hockey lowered its head, showing loyalty. "Wow." My mother was surprised at Hockey's actions. "Honey, what class do you think it is?" Without facing her, father asked, as he was busy patting winged creature. I don't know." My mother couldn't even find words to describe what was standing in front of her, and father was asking her how powerful it was. "I never in my life saw such a beast. Also, its ability is something else, haha." Father laughed awkwardly, continuing patting Hockey. "I think it looks like Sonic Hawk." Seems like mother found out small similarities. I hope father can't recall what mana beast core he gave me that day. Maybe it's some mutated beast? "So can I have him?" I questioned. "I'll still keep it in my shadow even if they disagree. I just want to display having a strong protector beside me, no matter how strong I am myself. Parents would never send their child in danger alone. This was the reason for me showing Hockey to them. Of course. He is your bond, not ours. Also, he resides in your shadow, so I don't think Vincent would have problems with that. By the way, father, does Uncle Vincent know about my awakening?" I wanted to make it clear that Vincent doesn't know about this. He is the kind of person who could spill information without him even realizing it. I know he is a kind person and never means harm to anyone, but it's still bothersome. "No." Father and I made sure that nobody other than us and Twinhorns know about this. Mother answered in father's stead, reassuring me. "That's good." Arthur POV. After a long day of training, I took a bath and was ready to go to sleep. Approaching my bed and getting ready to tackle it, I felt a hand on my shoulder. By instinct I threw a jab at my back, aiming for the face of whoever that person was. However, my sudden attack got blocked and I saw the blank face of my brother. "Arthur, why would you do that?" he asked, still with the same blank face that I remember so well. His careless outlook irritates me. "Don't touch anyone from back without telling him," I cried out. "I'll note that," he stated and removed his hands from me. "So why did you come?" I questioned him as we sat down on my bed. "Mom's childbirth time is approaching, you shall come back." "Don't you want to?" he asked me. Obviously I wanted to come back. "Of course I want to," I answered him shortly. "Then go and pack your things and tell your Gerdash future girlfriend that you are leaving," he said with an expressionless face. For the stun he just pulled out, I want to punch him so bad. "When did you learn teasing?" I saw it. I was genuinely curious about this. How could my deadpan brother behave like that? Also, don't forget to notify that Virion guy. He ignored me and continued, "Damn. Asterisks I asterisk whatever. Wait here, you can lay on the bed if you are tired." I told him and exited the room. Ashborn POV. Arthur soon came back with the Virion guy. "So, Bragg, you are going back?" Virion asked Arthur. "I will meet my new sibling and I'll come back, Gramps," my brother replied. It's not like Arthur has any choice if he wants to assimilate with his beast will. I also added my sentence. "That's damn right, brat," yelled Virion. It seemed like he wanted Arthur to stay not only as his student. "I see. I almost forgot Arthur. I managed to get a communication scroll for you and your future girlfriend." I took out 2 scrolls from my pockets. "She is not my girlfriend," Arthur yelled at me in frustration with his red face. Yet Virion's also joined my teasing assault. "I'll remember that. I won't forgive you guys," Arthur muttered, glancing at us with dead eyes. "It's time to go, Arthur." I motioned him to go out. "Wait, I have to see Tess first." He quickly ran out of the room. "That's good. Have more than one thing you care about, Arthur. Follow me, brat, I'll take you to the backyard." I ignored Virion calling me a brat and followed him nonetheless. I and Virion were waiting for Arthur to come back. While waiting for him, Virion spoke up. "Brat, what is that bond you have?" He suddenly questioned me. "He is Sonic Hawk. My father said he is mutated." I technically told the truth. I wasn't familiar with the species born in this world. "And why can't I feel mana from it?" He questioned again and narrowed his eyes at me. "Why are you asking me? You are more knowledgeable than me." I answered the question with a question to change the topic. Technically the old elf was in this world longer than me, he should know more than me. "You two brats will be the reason why I'll die early. Both magicians at 4. One has a beast will and one has a bond. Just what family do you have?" "Huh?" he yelled in frustration, stomping ground madly. I sort of understand him. Father Raynolds Lewin, former B-rank adventurer. Mother Alice Lewin, healer, and former adventurer. And also a new member of the family who is not born yet. I answered. "I don't believe it!" shouted Virion, turning away from me. "What's with sudden jealousy?" "They are coming," I announced and noticed Arthur and his girlfriend coming out. They slowly approached us. I could see the girl's red eyes and Arthur's chest that was wet, probably from tears. "Don't think something lewd. Tess, I'll come back in no time. So don't worry much, okay? Besides, take this." Arthur tried to cheer up Tesha and also gave her a communication scroll, which I brought for them. "What is this?" Tesha asked. "That is a communication scroll. Just open it and state Arthur Lewin and it will automatically call for him." I straightened out. "So, I can still see Arthur?" "Yes, but it has a limit, so don't use it much," I told them. This communication scroll had a limit of calling and it can't be used more than 5 times. Ick if that is how they work. But communication scrolls indeed have a limit of usage. Besides, this doesn't change anything. Tesha couldn't hold more and once again started crying. She tightly hugged Arthur. "What a crybaby. Gave me heartburn. Tank, I will assign you to her later when I'll send you an Adler with Arthur later for protection." I telepathically told the bear, whose noise of agreement I could hear from here. "Arthur, time to go," I aforesaid and jumped on Hockey. We were still by biological means 4-year-old brats, so we could easily fit on the winged creature. "Bye, Tess." "Bye, Gramps. If something happens, call me with a scroll. I'm only leaving for a few weeks, so don't miss me much," he told them and also hopped on Hockey. "Bye, brat. Come back as soon as possible, Arthur," shouted Tess with tears in her eyes. "Hockey, go." I commanded the hawk and he flapped his wings just for the show and took off. "Just how fast is your bond?" Arthur queried me. I could hardly hear him now, because of the front breeze. "He is fast enough to kill any magicians in Sapin," I answered. But I went overboard because Arthur widened his eyes at this. "He isn't even flapping his wings to fly." Arthur noticed that Hockey's wings were static all the time. "His wings are for mana. He doesn't need to flap them to fly. Besides, he can detach feathers and control them from a distance," I explained. Arthur looked at Hockey with awe, while Hockey itself formed a proud grin on his face and looked back at him smugly. "So what are you going to tell Mom and Dad?" Arthur asked me. "Isn't it obvious? I came to you and took you with me." "No, that's not it. I mean how you will explain that you flew to Elenwar and back to Xyrus in a single night." Arthur yelled at me. "They are already familiar with Hockey," I answered. I couldn't understand what's with him. Arthur just facepalmed at me and stared down on land which we were flying above. "We are here," I announced and pointed at the manor in front of us. "You were living here all along?" "Yes, now let's enter from the window of my bedroom." I motioned Hockey to fly towards my bedroom's entrance. Hockey swiftly flew towards my bedroom and neared it without any issue. I opened the window and hopped into my bedroom. Arthur did the same and followed me inside. You even prepared a second bed for me. When Mother learned that you were alive, she asked the father to add another bed in my room. I told him, and Arthur's expression softened. I felt like he was on the verge of crying. By the way, go to sleep now. Let's not wake them up this early. I told him, and he nodded. Raynolds POV. I woke up early in the morning. Alice has been sleeping peacefully since the day she learned about Arthur. Finally, she was able to remove the burden from her shoulders. Now I don't have to worry about this matter, at least. It was morning and the sun was by now high up in the sky. That means we have the workout to do. I have to wake up Ash. Changing my clothes quickly, I walked out of the room without waking up Alice and ran towards Ash's bedroom. I quickly made my way towards it and opened the room with a bang. Ash didn't wake up. It's strange knowing he always wakes up prior to my entrance. I slowly approached the bed with quiet steps. Indeed, I saw Ash sleeping there. HM. Did Ash get a little bit smaller? I noticed Ash being a lot thinner than he was before. Hey, Ash. Wakey wakey. Time for training. I yelled in his ear and he immediately jolted up. Ash, it's time for training. I'm Arthur, Dad. He mumbled, staring dead in my eyes. I froze for instance. Nice joke, haha. I quickly shrugged it off, not believing his words. Ah, you already met them. I heard another identical voice behind me. Looking back, I could see another Ash. Again I turned to Ash in bed, then again turned to Ash, who just entered the room. Realization hit me hard. Holy shit! Chapter 10, Third POV. 4 people were sitting on opposite couches, just staring at each other. The situation was rather heavy today because apparently one of them sneaked out at night and went to a different country. Auburn-haired woman with child inside her belly was emitting dark aura and intensely stared at another auburn-haired boy. That woman was Alice Leywin, who currently was pregnant. Boy was Ashborn Leywin. 2 other persons in the room were Raynolds Leywin, husband of Alice Leywin and father of Ashborn and Arthur Leywins. The 4th person was Arthur Leywin himself. Honey, you have some explanations to do, Alice said with an innocent smile, but for Arthur and Raynolds this was the smile of the devil. Young Ashborn was who noticed how hard his father and brother were sweating, got confused. He then looked at his mother again and tried to explain what he did overnight. I asked Hockey to take me to Arthur. That doesn't explain how were you able to find him. I knew where he was. How? He said it himself. How did you find him in Eleanor then? There is nobody in this world who could sense Arthur's mana better than me. Honey, it's okay, isn't it? What's done is done. Everyone is okay. Raynolds Leywin tried to ease up the situation. Alice pondered a little bit. What about Art's treatment? Alice suddenly asked. It's okay, Mom. As I said, I will have to continue my treatment there later. I should do light exercises here and everything is going to be okay, Arthur said. But still. I'm so glad. Sorry, Ash honey, I got a little mad, and thank you. Alice stood up and went to Arthur and Ashborn and hugged them. Tears formed in her eyes. She finally saw her child who she had thought that died because of her. It's what family does. There's nothing stronger than family, Dom the god of family. Mom, don't get too emotional, Arthur said, but he was most emotional in the room. Tears were flowing down his face. Raynolds, who was looking at his family, couldn't hold his emotions, also started tearing up. He went and brought his whole family in a big bear hug, squeezing the other 3. Father, careful, Mom is pregnant. Don't ruin the mood, Ash. After some time, the Helstia family burst into the room. They were all panting hardly. Ray! I just heard your son was alive. What the hell is going on? Vincent asked. Vincent, everyone! I would like you to meet my second son, Arthur. Ash's twin brother. He's back, Vince, haha. Raynolds wrapped his arms around the thin man. Arthur, this is Vincent, my old friend and the person I now work for. This is his house, so introduce yourself before we start wrecking it, he grinned broadly. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Arthur Lewin. I'm not sure what my family has told you about me, but I was in contact with them a while back. I was also the one that told them to not tell anyone until I get back, so I apologize for the confusion. Thank you for taking care of my family all of this time. Arthur bowed deeply and introduced himself. Why yeah, it's really no problem. I'm glad that you're alive and safe. He then adjusted his glasses and continued. Meet my wife, Tabitha, and my daughter, Lilia. He then introduced his family. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am, Lilia. Arthur bowed again. Great to have you in our home, Arthur. Say hi, Lilia. Arthur is your age, so don't be shy. Tabitha gave a kind smile in response for Arthur. Hello. She was rather shy today. I never actually interacted with her, but she is shy for some reason. She wasn't shy before. Suspicious. Ashborn narrowed his eyes at the girl. Ashborn has Brocon's side? Is he overprotective? Find out in the next episode of Drag. What am I writing? We should celebrate. Vincent exclaimed. We all went to the dining hall. Soon servants started coming out from somewhere with dishes. So, Raynolds, where was your son before? Vincent asked. He was undergoing treatment. I don't exactly know the whole details. Raynolds answered. I just had some problems with my core, nothing much. Said Arthur, assuring that it wasn't something serious, but... Smack. Ash smacked her back of Art's head. You, dumbass. You just revealed that you are a mage. Ashborn groaned at Arthur. Wait, Ray, Arthur shouldn't be more than 5 years old, right? Vincent asked with a shaking voice. Don't let my son's age fool you. He awakened when he was 3. Raynolds thought that it was already not needed to hide anything and laughed. What? He awakened at the age of 3? Tabitha cried out, bolting up from her seat. Arthur managed to blow up most of our garden in the process. Mother just sighed at the stupidity of her husband. Both Raynolds and Vincent leaned back, sinking in their chair as they let out a synced sigh. What about Ash? Vincent suddenly asked. I also awakened soon after Arthur. Ash quickly responded and continued eating his meal. Unbelievable. Raynolds POV. Ashborn and Arthur, my sons. Both of them are my small geniuses who I'm proud of. Ashborn, my stoic face boy who is always calm. He is exceptional, everything in him is exceptional. He deeply cares for his family, but his face doesn't show it. He is always helping Alice and me whenever needed. Now when he even brought Arthur to us, I'm starting to think that he isn't just a genius but something even greater. Arthur, on the other hand, is more emotional than Ash. He is also a genius in terms of magic, but that's not it. Arthur is proficient in swordsmanship. Ash may have better control over mana and bigger mana pool, but Arthur has technique. I often think that Arthur's body isn't capable of keeping up with his mind. It's like his own body is foreign to him. As Adam said, they are little monsters, haha. But I don't care what others think about them. They are my family and I will love them with all my heart. Father, snap out of your thoughts already and go, support Mother. I jolted up and immediately remembered in what situation we were. I heard Alice's screaming from another room. She was giving birth to our 3rd child. Come on, enter already. Arthur shouted at me. Easy to say for you, Arthur. I may be doing this for the 2nd time, but I'm still nervous. And what's with that blank face, Ash? I want to punch it for some reason. Okay, I can do this. I encouraged myself and entered the room. Ashborn POV. My mother is giving birth a 2nd time. The first time was for me and my brother Arthur, and that's what I'm worried about. She gave birth to twins. I don't exactly know, but it may be dangerous to give birth another time after this. Now here we are. She is giving birth to another sibling of mine. I looked at Arthur, who also looked worried. It's already quite some time since the mother is giving birth. Maybe a few hours. Don't worry, it'll be okay. I tried to calm down him. You aren't calm yourself. He responded. I'm calm. Because I believe it will be okay. Says someone who is channeling mana in his whole body to maintain composure. Arthur said with a cheeky grin. Virion guy was right, this brat. I won't argue with him anymore. The art of teasing is still inferior for me, I'll have to practice more. That's a joke, don't take it seriously. After some time, that felt like days. When Arthur was walking around the room in nervousness and I started channeling even more mana in my body, heard the cry of a newborn child. I have a daughter now. We heard our father yelling out for the world to hear. Sigh finally. I heard Arthur sighing and muttering. Ash! Art! Come see your cute little sister. Father called for us and we entered the room. We saw a mother holding a small, cute newborn child on her chest. That's my sister. Arthur's eyes shined when he saw his new sibling. She has mother's eyes and father's hair. I noticed her brown eyes and hair. She is like the polar opposite of our appearance. Arthur remarked. She is going to be a beautiful woman in the future, when I heard my mother saying that my and Arthur's brotherly side played in. I have to assign a whole battalion of shadows to her. I noted this. I won't let anyone touch her. Arthur said. Stop, you too. Do you think I will let anyone see the face of my precious daughter? For some reason, Father looked proud of his sentence. Thinks that he won against me? I'll kill anyone whoever has ill intent for her. I said and finally overpowered everyone in the room. My father and brother looked at me with admiration, and my mother simply looked dumbfounded. Ashborn POV. Today was the day when Twinhorn's party are having a break in their adventuring. I and Arthur were now waiting for them to come here. We heard an obnoxious knock from the front door. We approached the door and slowly opened it. The blonde-haired woman quickly burst through the door. Which one of you is Arthur? Wait, it doesn't matter. She almost shouted at the whole manor. That woman was Angela Rose. She pulled me and Arthur in a hug, but I realized this wasn't just a normal hug. It was a way of assassination. The sensation of a woman's big breast hit me hard. Oh my goodness! You are alive. Look how big you've gotten. I'm so sorry, Art. I wasn't able to protect you. I'm so glad, the lady sniffled. Oi, human, who do you think you are? Let me go! I yelled in my mind. I was ready to let all my mana flow out. FPH. I could barely hear Arthur's voice. Angela, I don't think they can breathe. A comforting voice pointed out. Eep. Sorry. Angela squealed. She let us go. I'll say it now. I'm Ash, he is Art. I pointed out this quickly after we were brought out from hug. It's so good seeing you guys again. Arthur smiled brightly. Giant Durden patted Arthur's head. I can see small tears forming in Giant's eyes. Little brat. You know how devastated everyone was because of what happened? It's good to see you again, hee hee. Adam smacked Arthur on the butt. You've gotten better looking, Arthur, said Helen Chard. I couldn't understand where did this come from. It's only months since then and Arthur hasn't grown up much. Sniff. Arthur was embraced by a most unexpected person. It was Jasmine. That cold, aloof Jasmine. She kept mute as she just tightened her arms around Arthur, letting out soft sniffles. Arthur wanted to pet her on the head, but Jasmine shot upwards with embraced expression. What's with all the commotion down? Ah. You guys are here. Our father, wearing his uniform, leaped down the flight of stairs and rushed toward his ex-party members. He was giving all of them a hug as my mother with my sister in hand came down. "Everyone! It's so good seeing you guys again," my mother exclaimed. She didn't have the chance to say anything more as the girls all threw themselves at her and started drooling over my baby sister. "Oh my goodness! Alice, Ellie looks just like you. She's going to grow up to be so pretty. Cute. Arthur. It's time already." I told him. It was already time to leave for Eleanor. "Sorry guys, but unfortunately I and Ash have to go." Arthur apologized to Twinhorns. "Huh? Where are you going when we just visited you?" It was now Adam who asked. Arthur has problems with his manicure. He is undergoing treatment with his trainer, so he also asked Art to take Ash with him. Father answered instead of us. "But, can it wait for a little? Actually, we wanted to meet you and we stay here for days. Unfortunately, we have to go." I told them and their face softened. Mainly it was Arthur who wanted to meet them. "Oh, but with what are you going?" I couldn't see any carriages outside. "Heh. They don't need one." My father let out a chuckle. We went out. When we reached open space, I stepped forwards. "Hockey, you can come out." My shadow started raising up. It started towering over me before it formed the shape of Sonic Hawk. What the Twinhorns' eyes went wide and their mouth formed the shape of O. "This is Ashborn's bond. We don't know what exactly it is, but he looks like mutated Sonic Hawk." My father explained proudly. "Incredible. First time I ever see such a man-a-beast." "How did he came out from your shadow?" Helen asked. "I don't know. It's his ability, not mine." I said. "That's useful. But on what rank it is?" "We don't know that either." Father and mother answered. "I don't know how to rank him, but I can confidently say that Hockey can defeat any man-a-beasts on this continent." I said, and everyone eyed me with a suspicious glare. "Nah, he is just mutated Sonic Hawk. Maximum A rank." Adam quickly denied. Hockey got angry. Without any warning, he detached his feather and they flew towards Adam. Everyone widened their eyes, but fortunately for Adam, feather stopped right before his eyes. Hockey doesn't have a big mana pool, nor elemental abilities. But his control over mana is higher than most BOS I couldn't finish. "You haven't told us about this." Everyone yelled except Arthur. "I didn't know that either." "Nope, that's not true. I knew that from the beginning." "Okay, let's stop arguing over such things." Arthur stepped in and everyone just nodded. "That's a relief. Bye, Mom, Dad. Take care of Ellie and thanks for the communication scrolls, Uncle Vincent." Arthur hugged everyone. "Aren't you going to hug me, Ash?" Father asked with a grin. "Oh, last time you hugged me you almost squeezed Mom out when she was pregnant." I said, and everyone laughed. Dad flushed with embarrassment. But I never denied. I smirked myself at what I said. Father happily looked at me and brought me in his special hug. He hugged me so tightly that any normal person's eyes will probably fall out from sockets. "Bye, bye." I and Arthur hopped on Hockey and we turned to others. They were waving to us. Do I like coming to this world? Do I like being human? I like having a normal family that is not that normal? My only answer would be absolutely yes. Chapter 11, Ashborn POV. We were flying over the border of Eleanor and Sapin. Hockey was flying at a fast pace because I wanted to deliver Arthur quickly. Right now, my priority is to find those who could be pillars in my army. "Arthur, can you do me a favor?" I turned to Arthur and asked. "What is it?" He asked. "Just tell Mother that I'm with you. I want to go somewhere." I told him and he looked at me with narrowed eyes. I can't let you go if I don't know where you are going, he said. I guess I'll tell you. I'm going to Beast Glades, I answered, and he widened his eyes. Are you out of your mind? You are only a child. He yelled at me. Says who? You are a child who met a dragon who could stop time and then even received its powers. How do you know that? He asked. That's something inside of you. It's a will that has the form of a dragon. I elaborated. This didn't explain how I know that it can stop time, but doesn't matter. How do you know that it can stop time? Arthur asked, and it seems that it does matter. You can say that I can feel it. Well, not really. There is something that will of that dragon can influence. It influences elements that can control time, space, and existence. But knowing what Cup of Reincarnation could do. This isn't even comparable. Cup could reverse time to 10 years. This means that it reverses time and space, and in addition to that, everything that was lost in that 10 years. Doesn't matter if that thing was a living creature. Cup could bring everything to the condition that was 10 years before. And besides, that works on everything. In everything, I mean the whole universes and maybe even beyond that. But we rulers and monarchs could feel changes in time. It feels like you are half lying and half telling truth. Arthur wasn't convinced with my answer. Arthur, you understand better than others that I'm not normal. Same I can say about me, I understand that you aren't normal, better than others. I told him. Here you are true. He smirked. Arthur, I'll tell you something since we both greatly understand this. I said, and he became serious the moment I finished my sentence. There won't be other opportunities. Enjoy everything till you can, because we both definitely know that there won't be a third chance. I already knew, you are like me. He sighed and said, No, there is a difference. I wish to come here. What do you mean? I went rather far today. Let's continue talking after you calm your thoughts down. I could feel how his brain was boiling from just one sentence. Arthur, we are already here. I told him and looked down at the castle. I can see that, said Arthur. I'll send you some letters. I don't exactly know when I'm going to come back. But I promise you I won't make Mother and Father sad. What are you going to do in your journey? Arthur asked me when we landed in the backyard of the castle. Many things, but mainly becoming stronger. I knew I'm going to become stronger even if I sit home. I just have to do research and increase my army, nothing more, nothing less. I then wish you good luck, he said, and jumped down from hockey. You won't hug your brother? I asked, and he groaned. Come down then, he said, and I jumped down. He looked weirdly at me. You sly bastard, he muttered and grinned. He came to me and hugged me. That felt good. Art! We both turned to voice, and we could see some girl running towards us. Your girlfriend is here, Arthur, I said, and quickly jumped back on hockey. She is not my girlfriend, Arthur shouted. Yet another figure appeared, and that was Virion's guy. See you later, Arthur. Arthur nodded at this. Tank, if something happens to Arthur, I'll never summon you, got that? I told my shadow soldier, and could feel how frightened he was. My so-called journey starts today, I mumbled under my breath, and hockey flew high in the air. Arrived at Beast Glades faster than I anticipated. Looking at large fields of grass and trees, I could see a lot of weak mana beasts running around, trying to find something to eat. There was a lot of mana around in Beast Glades. That's not strange, because most of the mana beasts reside here. Unlike people on the Decathlon, those mana beasts are able to constantly absorb mana from their surroundings. And when the beast finally dies, the mana is starting to leak out, and the place where the beast died is becoming rich with mana. First, I'll have to observe Beast Glades from above and sense where is most mana. Then I'll start visiting the dungeons in those places. Hockey, just fly around near those big mountains for now, I told him, and he increased his speed. I could see down on the ground some people doing various things. Some were hunting beasts and some just were looking for something. I think they are searching for dungeons. If I remember correctly, only adventurers are able to enter beast glades. Does this mean that I break the law or something? I'm just flying above it. There is nothing they could dig to. Hockey, you know what? I'm going to give you full freedom. When we enter the dungeon, kill anything you see. I said anything because I highly doubt that any adventurer dares to enter deep dungeons. Hockey got too excited because this started flying even faster. He was flying so hard that the trail of mana that was leaking from his wings started blurring. Time to start recruitment. Chapter 12, 4 years later. On the fields of Beast Glades, weather was sunny. Birds were chirping, mana beasts were running around, some adventurers were doing their missions such as gathering mana cores of beasts. But somewhere in the dark, somewhere deep below the surface, terrible screams and blood splattering around could be heard. Black silhouettes with blue glowing parts were clashing, completely annihilating other monsters. Some monsters tried to run away, but they ran into Veil. Black silhouettes were completely surrounding them, giving no chance of escape. Finally, the last monsters also met the same fate as the previous ones. When finally last monsters died, black silhouettes moved away from them while splitting to make a road for someone. Soon person with blue glowing eyes from mana started walking towards the corpses of monsters. When he was standing in front of this bloody scene, he said only one word. Arise. As if hearing the voice of something supreme, shadows started coming out from those corpses. Shadows expanded and started forming something. Other silhouettes materialized with the same blue glowing from mana parts. All of them started lowering their heads in front of the person who just summoned them. If those summonses could kneel, undoubtedly, they would do that without their summoner's command. You all make one squad, leader one with most mana. Now in my shadow. Person commanded, and black silhouettes quickly jumped in person's shadow. We meanwhile continue searching for other capable soldiers. Yes, that person was Ashborn. Ashborn Laywin to be exact. After leaving for his adventures, Ashborn started searching for capable shadow servants in the depths of Beast Glades. Clearing unknown amounts of dungeons and killing countless mana beasts, Ashborn was able to create a whole army with 700 capable shadows and not some parasites who only eat his mana. He also found one certain specimen of ants that could devour the abilities of something it eats. Finding such mana beast here without a doubt is lucky for Ashborn. Under Ashborn's mana monster evolved and became even stronger. My liege, we are ready to in another dungeon, only your command is required. Ant appeared next to Ashborn. Baru, I wanted to send the ladder to my brother. Let's wrap it up for today. Ashborn told his subordinate. As you wish, my liege. Ant just nodded and other servants entered Ash's shadow. Baru was the name of this strong ant. He is one of the strongest in the current shadow army and the most capable soldier. And Ash found him with coincidence when he was searching for strong mana signatures. He felt large bloodlust coming from upper-level dungeons. He quickly arrived in this dungeon and saw some ant-eating corpse of some adventurer. The reason why did this adventurer died? Because the dungeon was given the wrong rank. This dungeon was only B class from what Ash learned in Adventurer's Guild. No, Ash isn't an adventurer. He just sent a shadow servant there to get information. Ashborn just observed Ant for some time, and when he saw that Ant's body started deforming and got a humanoid appearance, he understood. Someone who found this dungeon and ranked it didn't know what Ant could do. When Ant ate humans, he could get their mana pool level, get their abilities, and etc. Ashborn couldn't let such a beast leave and quickly killed him before he could even get stronger. Having a bad sense of naming his servants, Ashborn used his extreme skill and stole name from his successor's soldier. And when Ash summoned Ant, Baru's mana pool immediately expanded to reserves of S-class mana beast. Through going many other dungeons and searching for other servants, slowly but without stops Baru was becoming stronger and stronger. Even now Baru's limit is unknown. After he summoned Baru, next were other ants that he found in the same dungeon. Overall they weren't that strong as Baru, but they were useful. Besides, Baru with the only screams can increase their morale. It's just a shame that Baru is still at commander level. This is why Ash needs to increase his mana pool to even bigger reserves. Also, research about creatures that can influence the same element that was used in Cup of Reincarnation failed because Ash couldn't find other creatures who could influence that element. But Ash didn't fail fully. Arthur was constantly training with his beast will and Ash could feel changes in his body. Arthur's bond, Dragon Sylvie, had this element in her body, so she would be able to influence it. And thanks to Sylvie, Ashborn was sure that there are other creatures that can influence elements of the cup. When Ashborn finally finished his journey, noticed his changes. For those 4 years, of course, Ashborn became taller, buffer, and more handsome. He never met anyone who could rate his appearance, but from judging the appearance of other people who he saw in this life, he and Arthur are the most handsome people on the continent. When I will get home, I will get beating. Ashborn remembered her mother's attitude when it comes to the safety of her children. But I'll be just on time. Some kind of auction is going to be here and the whole family will be there, even Twinhorns. Ashborn of course knew everything that was going on with his family through shadow servants that he left with them. But I should get some presents for my family, right? After all, unlike for me, for years for them are a really long time. Ash thought and decided what to do. First of all, he could kill some high-rank mana beast and sell their cores. Cores are valuable, and when it has beast will inside it could cost a small chest of gold. Wait, didn't those cores break after I summoned beasts? Now Ash has to once again find another dungeon with strong mana beasts. *GRRR**, some kind of mutated wolf that was walking on his 2 legs was backing away from Ashborn. That wolf kind of creature was 10 times bigger than Ashborn. Ash would like to make him his servant, but what family member would he be if he won't get a present for his family? You look strong. But I need your core for other reasons. Ash muttered and enforced his hand with mana. A colossal amount of mana started flowing around Ash's hand. Ruler's authority. Ash disappeared from his place and appeared on top of the wolf's head. He was able to move at such speed with just his physical abilities without the usage of mana. Just under Ashborn's mana body can become stronger. Besides, after clearing so many dungeons, he got even stronger. Ash punched the wolf's head. Wolf's head just exploded after such an impact, and blood splattered everywhere. How dare that lowly creature make my liege dirty? Baru's shout could be heard in the whole dungeon and maybe even outside it. Yes, that Baru could also communicate even with other people because he ate humans and devoured their knowledge about language. Did Baru also get the character of the person he devoured? Ash wondered while looking at the shadow next to him. Just gather cores, and bring it here. Ashborn commanded his shadows, but not ants because they eat too much. His servants managed to gather around 10 high-class mana beast cores. Those cores can be sold for quite some gold coins, and they even have beast will in them. Some noble people would kill each other just to get this core in their possession. For Ashborn, who only cares about preparing presents for his family, only gold matters for now. If they kill each other for it, even better. Potential shadow servants. Hockey, come out. Ash's most reliable shadow servant came out from his shadow. Ashborn just hopped on him. Go to Zyra's city. I don't want to use shadow exchange. Ash told his servant. Since they were at the dungeon, deep down under mountains, Hockey had to run a whole lot of distance to come out on the surface. When he finally got out, he immediately flew high in the air. For Ashborn, the favorite thing in such a flight was the feeling of a small breeze scratching against cheeks. That feeling made Ashborn love flying at a slow pace. Zyra's city was near Beast Glades. Actually, it was on the border of Beast Glades and Kingdom of Sapin, and reaching the city won't take long, considering that they are flying and on the extremely fast creature. Ashborn POV. I wasn't here for quite a long time. I said and looked at the streets of Zyra's city. People were working, playing, and doing other normal daily activities. My destination is Xyrus Adventurers Guild. I don't exactly know where can I sell manicures because I never wondered about this. I'll ask someone there. Walking through the streets, I observed people and what they were exactly doing. I was interested in merchants. They could have something that I can buy as a present. I highly doubt that I will be interested in any of those things that they sell. But I have to do this and choose something that my mother, father, sister, brother, twin horns, Helstias. Maybe I should just give them money? No. Oh, why the Shadow Monarch can't decide such a thing. And Terry's, you bastard, I can hear you from here. I'll get you someday in the dream world. Okay, before I could even see something that piqued my interest, I already could see the building of Adventurer Guild. But something unexpected happened. 4 people entered my vision, and of course, it had to be them. My mother, Helstias, but Vincent wasn't here. And the brown-haired girl with brown eyes. When I saw her eyes, I could already understand who she was. My sister Eleanor. I saw how he grew up through my shadows, but seeing, in reality, is different. I need to hide to not fail surprise. I thought, and quickly hide in the crowd. I decided to observe them for now. I may learn what they like or what they want. Then I won't have to think about it so much. Lilia Helstia's POV. I'm shopping with Mommy and Lady Alice and Ellie. Ellie seemed a little bit disappointed that her brother didn't want to join us, so I was holding her hand to comfort her. Hey, Ellie. Do you like your big brother that much? But he's a meanie for not shopping with us. I wanted to dress him up more, she pouted. Do you like me better or your big brother? I like both. After some time of thinking, she just responded. Somewhere in the crowd, Ashborn was proud of his sister's response. Cuckoo. Lilia, what are you asking Ellie? My mom asked, pulling my other hand. Lilia, what do you think of Arthur? He's a little scary. How is he so strong, Mommy? I thought kids like us couldn't be mages until we're all grown up. It wasn't fair. I've always dreamt of becoming a mage and making Mommy and Papa happy. I guess it's because he's a very gifted child. He and his brother. But Alice, do you really have no problems with everything he told you? I don't mean to butt in on your parenting, but doesn't it just seem a little too weird? How did he get so powerful during this time? You've told me that he was pretty good at fighting even before the bandit attack. Of course I know he's hiding a lot of things. He probably doesn't know, but it's pretty obvious when he's lying. He tends to focus his gaze on one point and his voice turns monotone when he lies. It's pretty cute how he thinks he's being sneaky actually. Sigh, Tabitha, I know he's keeping things from us and so does. Ray, but we agreed on giving him some space until he's comfortable enough to tell us himself. I guess that's just what it means to be a parent. I know he doesn't mean any harm, so all we can do is just support him until he's ready. Lady Alice shook her head. And same as with Ash. I heard from Raynolds that he is a genius when it comes to conjuring. Reaching dark orange core at 4, that's something that you won't hear even in legends. I don't understand how they're already mages and so strong. I also want to. Ash also is hiding many things that we don't know. He is always serious with a blank expression, it's impossible for us to read what he is thinking. He is nonchalant, mysterious, and hard-working when it comes to us. I always had the impression that whatever he is saying is always true. When he joked about killing anyone who has bad intentions for Ellie, I thought he was saying the truth. I for some reason really thought that he would do it. For some reason, chills ran down my spine. But that sneaky Ash ran away from Arthur and went somewhere to get training. Now he is sending us letters, but I'm still worried. Lady Alice clenched fist and dark aura started emitting around her. His bond is with him, there is nothing to worry about. My mother comforted her. He should be coming back this week, Art said that he sent a message to Ash. Alice brightened up. Ashborn's POV. What? I heard my mother talking about me running away from Arthur. I don't remember that I ran away from him. What did Arthur say to Mother? Maybe she just understood it differently, or just Arthur lied. When I was observing my family, I saw some guy with a black cloak looking at them. I could clearly see his expression. Wearing a black cloak in such good weather? Seems unbelievable that he just wears it because he is cold. Judging from his manner, he won't feel cold even in winter without any clothes. The cloaked guy turned to some alleyway. I decided to follow him and jumped on the closest building without anyone noticing me. I saw a cloaked guy talking with another cloaked guy. I have to say those two certainly are stronger than normal humans. Then I shall inform Lord Sebastian that the best opportunity will be at the auction. Auction? Knowing that they are doing this with such high privacy, I don't think it's something good. Stay still, I commanded, and both of them flinched. Tell me more about this auction, I said, and jumped down from the building. Don't do anything stupid, this one is strong, I heard one whispering to another. I started approaching them slowly. I saw one of them moving the hand towards his back. I said, stay still, haven't I? Baru cut his hand. I commanded, and Baru immediately formed from man's shadow and swung his long claw. You'll scream and I will make your death even more painful. I told them none of them dared to scream. The one whose hand was cut by Baru was in pain, his eyes were watery, and his face had an awful expression. You have two choices. The first one is to tell me everything you plan to do in the auction and I will give you painless death. The second one is not telling me anything, but you won't live nor be dead, I told them. They started trembling when I let my mana flow around me, showing them my superiority over them. They both fell on their knees and started gasping for air. Time is up, I said, and they looked up at me with a frightened expression. In one swift motion, Baru separated their heads from their bodies. Blood explosively leached out and started covering the whole alleyway. You will, either way, tell me what you were planning. Arise. Two shadows started forming out from their bodies. Two shadows soon formed humanoid forms. Now tell me, what were you planning to do on the auction? I asked. Both shadows kneeled again in front of me. My king, we were planning to get our hands on a certain mana beast. One of them answered. Which one? On dragon, my king. Now that's understandable, but they knew about Sylvie being a dragon. Why? I was interested in why they were doing this. Who tasked them to do that? We were tasked to steal it before it became too strong. Who tasked you to do this? Retainer, who is serving one of the scythes. Who are the scythes? They are one of the strongest soldiers of Alarcia and people who work directly under Agrona Vritra. You said Alarcia before, didn't you? Is it another continent? Yes, my king. As I thought, there is another continent, and they are probably way more developed than Dicathan. They are already sending spies here with curses. I already noticed that those two people had curses on them, so they couldn't leak anything related to Alarcia. Unfortunately for those Alarcian people, I'm here. Hide in my shadow, but before that, clean this mess. After I finished my job, I went to Adventurers Guild. I walked through the big door of the building and entered the big hall, with a lot of people. Some people near the entrance looked at me, then quickly looked away. Ashborn looks like 12 years old, so they shrugged it off quickly. I looked around and found the receptionist's desk. I walked towards it. Hello, with what can I help you? A woman who noticed me asked. I wanted to sell B-score, but I don't know where to. Oh, you can sell your B-scores here, but with lower price than the average market price. Please shot me your guild card. I don't have it, I answered. If I may ask, from where did you get B-scores? Woman asked. Does it matter? And not really. Woman got frightened at my cold response. Is there something that my presence is needed, Mary? Some black-haired man with glasses approached us and asked the woman. Young man here wants to sell B-scores, but he doesn't have a guild card. Woman answered. I see, then I don't mind helping this young man. As a guild leader, I have a guild card. Man took out his white-colored with gold patterns card that showed his rank. He was AA rank. Can you please show us B score that you are selling? The woman asked me. Yes, of course. I already prepared a bag for those cores and placed them on the desk. Man's eyes widened when he saw them but regained his composure. Young man. I have to ask, from where did you really get those cores? Man with glasses asked me. It won't do you any good if we'll talk in public about this. I said, and he understood. If I will say that I went deep down in the dungeon, killed some high-ranking beasts, and then came here to just sell them like nothing happened, problems may occur. Royalty might put their hands on the incident. And I'm only 8 years old and I'm not noble, besides I went to Beast Glades as a normal civilian. Follow me, young man. Man lead me towards his office. His office looked more valuable than whole this building. You can sit. He motioned me to sit and I did exactly that. Oh, I never introduced myself. I'm Caspian Bladeheart, and I'm in charge of this branch. Caspian introduced himself. Ashborn Leywin. I introduced myself. Mother always said that I shouldn't introduce myself to strangers, but he introduced himself first, so nothing, that's only normal. Now, you Ashborn. You have to explain, how did you get those beast cores? I got them from Mana Beast. I answered. You say that you, yourself, get those cores from Mana Beast? Caspian seems not to believe me. Yes. But, you do know that entering the Beast Glades without being in a guild is greatly prohibited, said Caspian, and I just nodded. That's right. But as long as nobody saw me, that's okay. I responded. But why did you reveal yourself then? I would say I wanted some gold, but now I have a different goal. What is it? Caspian asked curiously. Make me S-Class Adventurer and I will make Adventurer Guild become an independent organization. Caspian got surprised. I don't know if you can fulfill your promi dash. Caspian was interrupted by the sudden outburst of mana. Caspian looked at me with a terrified expression. Caspian Bladeheart's POV. That young boy in front of me. He is emitting an aura of something beyond my understanding. I feel like I'm sitting in front of death itself. Mana is chaotically flowing in my office. I looked up at Ashborn Leywin's eyes that were glowing blue. Some image popped into my mind, and I saw countless black monsters standing behind him. I couldn't do anything. I was frozen like a statue. I couldn't even breathe. I assure you, I can fulfill my promises. I will make guild participate even in political events. You have to only give me the rank and follow instructions. He said, if giving me choice to select, but I feared to say no. Ashborn's POV. I noticed how Caspian struggled, so I retracted my mana. So once again I decided to ask. So, do you accept my proposal? Asterisk cough, after such display of strength, I can't let that chance escape, can I? He made a wise choice. I must congratulate you. Ashborn Leywin is now an S-Class Adventurer of Adventurers Guild. Caspian congratulated me. Since it's decided, then I will leave my subordinate here. I said, and called out Hockey, who formed from a shadow near me. Caspian was already so surprised that this was nothing shocking to him. This is Hockey. If you want to contact me, just say his name and tell him what you want. He will inform me immediately. I said, and Hockey jumped in Caspian's shadow. That is the truly incredible ability. I could hear Caspian muttering. By the way, I don't want my identity to be revealed, so don't write my name on my guild card. I told Caspian, who nodded. Then how could we address you? Any alias you prefer? Caspian asked. Maybe. Let's go with Shadow Monarch. Chapter 13. Ashborn's POV. What are you planning to do first? Caspian looked at me and asked. First of all, spread news about the appearance of S-Class Adventurer. so that royalty and maybe even different countries hear about it. I told him, I just need to pose a danger to royalty so they will fear me. I heard that the king of this country is a greedy one. He will eventually invite me to work under him. When I will decline his offer, I will make moves. This can be done easily. Now, what are going to do if they decline your demands? Then I will have to use force if we only reach that stage, because we won't have to. They will agree, no matter what. Why is that? If King has a brain, he won't lead his life to unavoidable death. I answered, and Caspian seems to understand something. Are you planning to showcase your strength somehow? Wait, I may already know how. I wanted to hear what he has in mind. And what do you know? It's maybe not exactly it, but are you planning to compete in a 3-race competition? Caspian does have a good mindset. I didn't even know if there was such a thing. He certainly has a good idea. First, I was planning to clear S-Class and bring some valuable B scores from them, but now I want to use your idea. I answered honestly. Should I make from Caspian a demiurge from Overlord? Haha. Then you will have to reveal your identity, sir. I will only reveal a face, with alias that I will have on guild card. That was the reason why I was participating in this event. I wanted to make a reputation for S-Class adventurer. I will prepare everything related to guild card. Do you want a unique guild card for yourself? Just make it black. And about your B scores, do you still want to sell them? Ah, yes. This will cost you a lot. Are you sure you want to buy them? The man in front of me asked. I wanted to buy a dimension ring for Arthur. They cost a lot. The one that I'm buying now can fit only a few medium-sized sword. I doubt it would even fit all the cores I sold. I'll take it, I said, and threw a pouch of gold coins to the merchant. The merchant looked at the pouch skeptically, but when he opened it his eyes shined and quickly bowed to me. Thank you for the purchase. Please visit us again, he yelled out. I took a dimension ring and packed it in a ring box. Quickly leaving the story, I went to Helstia Manor. I prepared gifts. Now I don't have to worry about anything. I spent a whole lot of gold coins just to buy a few things from those presents. They will be glad. For Father, I just kept one beast core that I was intending to sell before. It has beast will that suits my father well. It will also help with moving on next stage of mana core, if not a few. Other gifts can also be considered useful. For Twin Horns, I managed to get communication scrolls. For Vincent, he got a golden pen that looks cool and can shoot flares. For Tabitha and Lilia, he got some golden necklaces. And finally, for his mother and Ellie, I managed to get an artifact that stores the effect of strong spells. Baru already had healing ability, and it's strong enough to heal serious wounds such as missing limbs. I made him store 3 strong healing spells in them, 3 because the artifact couldn't hold more. I'm confident that my shadow soldiers can protect them even without me being here. I'm gifting this just in case. It's now time to go home. To not spend time going there on my 2, I'll just use Shadow Exchange. Shadow Exchange. I sink in my own shadow and appeared in Helstia Manor's backyard. Arthur's POV. I with my family were having dinner with Helstias. Everyone was joking and laughing. Ellie was sitting on Father's lap and also tried to understand what elders were joking about. Lilia was also feeling happy because she can also become a mage now. Uncle Vincent was the happiest man at the dinner. He is crying with happiness. The same can be said with Aunt Tabitha, but she is holding against her tears now. My mother looks also happy. Only if Ash was here, she would be even happier. Speaking of Ash, he should be back. Toda. I'm back. Someone entered and announced. I turned to the voice only to meet my brother with the same expressionless face that I clearly remember and will always remember. Everyone looked at him dumbfounded. I don't blame them, this was really sudden. Damn, he even changed for those 4 years. He looks like 12 years old. I hope I will become like him. Mother stood up, slowly walked towards Ash, and when she stood in front of him, she slapped and quickly hugged him. Father soon followed with Ellie in his hands. What was that for? Ash asked Mother. That is for you running away from Arthur. What? Ash turned face to me. My entire life flashed in front of me when I met his eyes. Fortunately, he looked away from me. That was scary. Haha, I don't remember telling you that he run away, Mom. Haha. I awkwardly tried to deny what Mom said. Stop talking about such trivial things. Ash is finally back. Father shouted and hugged Ash. Ellie could only hug Ash's leg because he grew taller. That was a cute sight to see, and I couldn't miss such a moment and join a family hug. Third POV. So, Ash, what were you doing in your journey? Raynolds asked Ash when we were eating. Nothing particular. I just trained and hunt some mana beasts with hockey. Ash answered he didn't want to tell them what exactly was he doing. So you were in Beast Glades? Mother asked and covered her mouth in shock. Yes, but with hockey close to me. Mother felt relieved at this. Ash, on what stage are you? Father asked in a challenging tone. I can say that I'm still on the dark orange stage, but they will think that I left for nothing. Ashborn thought he didn't really care about core since he only formed it just not seem suspicious to others. But he had dark orange stage 4 years back then when he left for training. Solid yellow stage. Ash answered. Everyone looked at him with surprise. Such progress for an 8-year-old boy is not just surprising. It would be called monstrous talent if Ashborn wasn't Monarch previously. Wow, no words. Tabitha muttered and removed sweat from her forehead. That's my son. Already surpassed me. Raynolds yelled proudly. Are my booters strong, Mom? Ellie climbed on Mother's lap and asked cutely. Damn, this human heart. This is too cute. He is too strong to be 8 years old. Vincent answered and laughed with Raynolds. Father, on what stage are you? Ash suddenly asked. Your old man is still stuck on dark orange stage. Raynolds' expression saddened a little bit. That reminds me, I prepared a lot of things before I came back. With that said, Ashborn took off his backpack that he had only for show. He opened his backpack and took out a silver-colored beast core. This should be enough to break through the stage. It also has beast will inside. Ash tossed beast core to his father, who caught it with wide eyes. I can't accept this, Ash, and how did you even manage to get a core with beast will? Hockey managed to get a few of them. I decided to keep one for you. Ash then took out more things from his backpack. And those are things that I got for everyone. Ashborn took a small ring box and opened it and revealed, of course he revealed ring. Arthur, this is Dimension Ring. I thought it would be useful for you, so I bought it. Ash handed the box to Arthur. Arthur just stared at the ring for some time before thanking. Then I got those necklaces for Aunt Tabitha and Lilia. Ashborn took bigger boxes this time and handed them to Tabitha and Lilia. Thanks, Ash. Lilia smiled and did thumbs up, which Ash returned but with a black expression. For Uncle Vincent, I found this special pen. It can also shoot flares. For a businessman, it's necessary to have a pen with him. For Vincent, the most interesting part was that the pen can shoot flares. He happily accepted and thanked Ash. And now for my mother and sister, I found those rings. They have stored healing spells, and whenever you are hurt it will automatically heal you. He took both small boxes in his hand and approached Mother and Ellie. Your hand, please. Ash motioned Alice and Ellie to pull their hand to him. Mysteriously, boxes were opened by themselves and rings slowly flew out from them. They floated towards Alice and Ellie. They floated towards their hands and were put on other respective fingers. Rings then altered their size for the user's comfortability. Ellie looked excited, her eyes shone while looking at the ring. Ellie, you should thank your brother. Alice pushed Ellie towards Ash. Thanks, Booter. Ellie hugged Ash, who even kneeled for her. I know for such a person kneeling is something unacceptable, but for the family it's okay. Cute. Ash's heart even hurt from such display of cuteness from Ellie. Thanks, honey. Alice soon joined and hugged Ash together with Ellie. "It's what family does," Ash said. Arthur even smirked at this. "I still don't understand how you managed to get those things. They would cost a chest of gold coins. And here we go, now Ash has to convince Alice that he earned such an amount of money and not steal. Ash, also Art is going to become adventurer soon. Maybe you also want to go with him," Raynolds said, and Ashborn shook his head. "No, I'm good." Ashborn was already an S-class adventurer. He will have other work to do other than just being an adventurer. By the way, when are Twinhorns coming? I also prepared something for them. They should be there soon. At the start of the auction, Raynolds answered. I also heard that royal family will be attending the auction. Yes. But where did you hear that? Vincent asked. Heard in Adventurers Guild. You should be happy. Ash answered. Yeah, but we won't gain any serious profit from this auction probably. Haha, Vincent said. Why is that? It was now Arthur who asked. Whatever king will decide to buy, probably will be sold for the lower market price. Now everyone understood. So nobody will dare to compete with the king, said Arthur. That's right. Vincent heavily sighed. Is that so? Ashborn muttered. Chapter 14, Third POV. It's already 2 days since Ashborn came back home from his journey. Soon Helstia's auction house will have its 10th anniversary. Royal family and many other noble houses will be visiting this place to purchase something valuable. And today it is the day when Twinhorns is visiting Helstia Manor. Ashborn and Arthur are currently waiting for them to arrive. Knock knock. Someone knocked few times on the door. Arthur approached the door, opened it with a smile. Who's there, OF? Arthur wanted to ask who was there but got squashed by Angela. Ash, I heard you ran away on a journey. How are you? Are you okay? Lady with a big chest started sniffling. MHFPH. MHFPH. Arthur was trying to escape the hug from a woman. Actually, that's Arthur. Ash answered and pointed at half-dead Arthur. Oh, sorry. Angela released Arthur. It's okay. Half-dead Arthur managed to mutter. It's so good seeing you guys again. Arthur regained his composure quickly with a charming smile exclaimed. You've gotten better looking, Arthur. Charismatic Helen Shard complimented Arthur. Ash, you even look like a matured man, added Helen when she finally noticed how Ash has grown. Ash just nodded at her, while Arthur was trying to hold his laughter. And where is your bond matured boy? Finally, Adam showed up with his usual grin. Hockey is hunting. Good to see you again, brat. Adam ruffled Ash's hair and the other stared at too with a what was that expression. I suppose. Ash answered nonchalantly. Be happy, man, you haven't seen us for 4 years. Adam yelled in frustration. I am. That couldn't be seen on Ash's face. Okay, calm down. Comforting noise came from doors and soon Durden walked inside. Sylvie, the bond of Arthur, woke up from his slumber and trotted towards Arthur. Whoa! What is that? Adam exclaimed. Jasmine, who only just now entered, also looked surprised at Mana Beast. She's my contracted beast, Sylvie, Arthur announced, and Sylvie hopped on his head. Cute, Jasmine said and looked away from Mana Beast. Good to see you again, Jasmine. Arthur called out for Jasmine. Latter smiled at Arthur. Seems like everyone is already here. Reynolds' voice echoed through the hall. He was wearing his uniform. Everyone! It's so good seeing you guys again, exclaimed Alice. She hasn't seen them just as long as Arthur and Ashborn, so she was also happy to see her old friends. Oh my goodness! Alice, look how Ellie has grown. She is so pretty. Ray is going to have his hands full soon with potential candidates. Cuckoo. Can you tell me how old you are? 4. The girls were a jumble of excitement and estrogen as they ogled Ellie. Vincent came down soon after with Tabitha and Lilia. The mother and father duo were matching in a black suit and dress, while Lilia was sporting a flowery dress under a warm cloak. After everyone introduced each other, it was decided that the twin horns would come with us to the Helstia auction house for the 10th anniversary event. Raynolds quickly explained the basics in his letter. They were quite shocked when they learned that Arthur was in Ellenmore. They didn't know where he was. BC, it wasn't clarified that he was having treatment in Ellenmore, so yeah. The ride to the auction house was short, because it was here in Xyrus. Helstia Auction House was a big building with luxurious decorations. It could be said that it was breathtaking. Just entrance is bigger than the tank on his too. Ash thought and imagined Tank opening the door and going through as a visitor. The decoration inside the building was grand, unlike in Ellenmore where everything was elegant. To say simply, it was just show off. Ashborn and others arrived early, so only the workers and guards were present, preparing for the event. They will be sitting in VIP's room with royal family. For someone, this may be a worrying matter, but Ashborn was calm. He wasn't afraid nor nervous. He just wanted to see if the king has a brain and some intellect. Raynolds and Twinhorns were first to separate from the ground. They had to prepare guards for any unwanted incident at auction. Vincent soon after followed them and separated. He quickly gave orders to workers and readied hosts. Tabitha meanwhile leads the group towards VIP's room, which was clearly made for rich and influential figures, such as royal family. There was a wine rack and a few reclining seats and tables with closer seats by the window. The auction house was soon a panorama of cheerful and excited noise, as more and more people, who were no doubt people of some sort of influence, began filling the lower seats. There were some groups that seemed more distinguished than the rest who were personally escorted by the hosts to their booths. No doubt, they were some of the more affluent nobles in the kingdom. Time passed by rather slowly until Vincent came back, leading a group of unfamiliar people inside. The first to come in behind Vincent was an elderly man with long, deep red hair that was aged with streaks of gray. His back was ramrod straight with broad shoulders that took off years in his appearance. The man's eyes were stern with harsh, sword-shaped eyebrows, giving him an undeniably eye-catching presence. He was wearing a red robe lined with white fur around the collar and had a cane that shined. "I'm sure this guy is a king," Ashborn thought while observing the man who just entered the room. The second who entered was a lady. She looked a few years older than Alice Lewin, and looked like noble. I suck at describing people, I know. I copied most from the novel. Behind the lady of whom Ash assumed was the queen, were 2 younger kids that could only be their kin. The older child, a boy that looked to be about the age of 13 or so, took more after his father. The second child was a young girl. Age is probably the same as Arthur and Ashborn. Unlike Tess, who Ashborn calls Arthur's future girlfriend, this girl didn't have an approachable aura like her. No, this girl was the opposite. And finally, after them, 3 guards followed them inside the room. "I didn't know we would be in here with guests, Vincent," King said. He wasn't angry nor happy. "I apologize, Your Majesty. I assumed you wouldn't mind having a few other people with you. You remember my wife, Tabitha, right? Well, these are our close family friends," Vincent introduced, waving his arm in their direction. "If they're your friends, Vincent, then they're mine as well." Man's lips curved up into a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you. At least we'll have some company besides these guards," the lady next to King giggled. "Everyone, as you all may know, I'd like you all to meet the King and Queen of Sapin. Introduce yourselves to King Blaine Glader and Queen Priscilla Glader and their children, Curtis and Kathleen." At this, people in the room dropped to knees. Alice, Arthur, Tabitha, and even Lillian kneeled down in front of the king. But certain someone was still standing while holding his precious sister in his hands. Everyone turned to him. "Kid, you better place thing that you have in hand on the floor and kneel down." One of the guards growled at Ashborn. Ashborn ignored the guard. He remained standing while looking at his sister, who looked a little afraid of the current situation. Yo dash! Guard was ready to unsheath his sword but immediately halt. I'm holding, my sister. Refrain yourself from actions that can cost your life. Ash said this nonchalantly and everyone got intrigued by this. The guard who tried to aim his weapon at Ash couldn't even move. He felt like he was frozen in the air. He didn't know that Ashborn was using ruler's authority just to hold him in place. Hey, you peasant! Another guard yelled and unsheathed his sword. Arthur was sweating badly at this. Alice was also very worried, but for some reason couldn't stand up. If something was telling her not to. What a disappointment. Ash said loudly for everyone to hear. Everyone's eyes in the room widened. King grew frustrated at this, but he also couldn't do a thing. Everyone's instinct was telling them just to stay still and wait for receiving their judgment. Please don't sweat about it. I apologize for my guard's rudeness. Please everyone stand up. Even though he was king. Blaine swallowed his pride and apologized. Even he was surprised at what he said. Nobody argued. Arthur was the first one to stand up. I'm sorry, Ellie. Did I scare you? Ash asked his little sister, who shook her head. Let's go get something sweet. Ashborn said and walked towards a stand with some sweets. Vincent, how old is that person? Blaine asked Vincent with a stuttering voice. He didn't dare to call Ashborn kid. Hard to believe, but... Ashborn is only 8 years old, Vincent answered nervously. It felt like I was standing in front of death. King mumbled, but his wife clearly heard him. Coo? Sylvie jumped on Arthur's shoulder, earning the attention of others. Oh my! What a cute little man-a-beast! Queen Priscilla's face brightened up at the sight as she made her way towards Arthur, who had Sylvie on his shoulder. If something triggered it, the situation in the room immediately shifted to a positive one. The king and the two children's eyes looked towards Arthur's direction. She just hatched a few months ago. Her name is Sylvie. Come out and say hello. Arthur responded. He was clearly trying to maintain the current mood in the room. Q. I assume this little man-a-beast is your bond, young man? King got closer to Arthur and kneeled down to get a better view of Sylvie. Arthur just gave a nod. How fortunate you are to have a man-a-beast. Even infant ones are not easy to tame, yet she looks to be very obedient. Well, we're able to communicate mentally, so it's more like a mutual agreement rather than obedience. Arthur shrugged. What? You may have dashed some guard with a red hood yelled but got shot immediately. He glanced at Ashborn, who was in a different corner of the room, and Tisk Ed. My king, this was the person who we were talking about in the alleyway. Ashborn was told by one of his new shadow servants. Does he have ill intent towards Arthur? Ashborn asked. I'm certain, my king. Shadow quickly answered. Eliminate him later. Ashborn commanded, and the servant quickly made his way towards Man's Shadow. Nobody noticed how shadows moved, so it should be all right for Ash. Sebastian. King said only this and glared at the guard. My apologies. Ashborn. King told him Ash's name, thinking that it will only provoke Ashborn. My apologies, Mr. Ashborn. He completed his sentence, but... You are apologizing to the wrong person. Ashborn's voice could be heard from another side of the room. Ash/brother. You are making the situation only worse. Alice and Arthur thought same time. Arthur Lewin. Arthur took action and bowed to them. Arthur could feel Ashborn's gaze on his back. He felt cold sweat running down his back. He also realized that Ashborn wanted the guard to apologize properly, but this wasn't time for this. Ladies and gentlemen, may I say that it is of the highest honor for me to be here tonight? All of you are gathered here today for one reason and one reason only, I presume? It is to have the chance to obtain rare and valuable items in this auction. Applause thundered in enthusiasm at the old gentleman's ardent introduction. If everyone in the audience would now kindly turn to face the back room at the very top, we have a few exceedingly important figures that have decided to bless us with their presence. Please join me in welcoming the King and Queen of Sapin. The auctioneer was the first to flick out the tail of his suit and genuflect. The audience immediately followed suit, lowering themselves respectfully in a bow since they couldn't kneel in their seats. The King and Queen, in response, stepped out towards the window and waved their arms in a practiced motion. Next, the one that made this whole event possible. Please give a big round of applause for Vincent Helstia. The auctioneer's introduction was followed by another round of applause as Vincent stepped up next to the King and Queen, giving a deep bow in return. Others in the room remained seated. Arthur was observing royal family. Ashborn was also doing the same, but quickly found out that he didn't even have to observe them learn that they were all nothing but weak. King had a red stage core. And they call him a king? Ashborn thought and then glanced at the Queen. His wife is even stronger than him. Truly a disappointment. Ashborn thought that it was a waste of time to think about this matter. An announcement of some sort came soon. Arthur got interested at this. Vincent was standing near him telling about how he got voice-changing mask. Ashborn knew that Arthur was planning to become adventurer because his shadows told him. Unfortunately for Arthur, the sword that was on the stand was a bad one. It shouldn't even cost its 50 starting price. And now for the next item. Adventurers Guild provided us with high-class B scores. They were evaluated as S-class B scores. There are exactly 5 of them. Starting price for 5 of them is 5,000 golds. Auctioneer's announcement made an uproar in the hall. Everyone was ready to empty their banks and spend all their money to get one of those cores. Arthur meanwhile narrowed his eyes at cores. They were looking exactly the same as the one that Ashborn gave to their father. Ash. Arthur turned to Ashborn. Just don't tell Mother and we are good. Ashborn said and Arthur nodded. Art clearly remembers how his mother can get angry if one of them is in danger. There are few of them. King muttered and immediately placed a bid. But who? Caspian, you did a great job. Ash praised Caspian inside his mind. For people in the hall, this was also a mystery who managed to get such B scores. But their desire of getting B scores was shattered because the king also wanted to get them. Sebastian, make a request in the guild. I want to know who managed to get those cores. King gave the order to Sebastian, who glanced at Arthur. Yes, your majesty. He complied and went out. You can do it after he leaves the building. Ash told his shadow. Guys, Sebastian is dead. Arthur's POV. I was surprised that the announcement is only an understatement. I don't know how could someone get such B scores. S-class B score is rare. It could be said that S-class mana beasts are some monsters from Legends. But there is not only an S-class B score, but even a few of them. I was observing those cores from afar. Now that I think about it, they look exactly like the B score that Ash gave to Father. I looked at him. Ash. I wanted to ask him if he has hands on this. Just don't tell Mother and we are good. He answered quickly. Now I understand. I always thought that my brother was a reincarnated person like me. His expressionless face is something that no child would ever have. When he looked at the king, it felt like he was looking at a bug. He probably also felt that the king had a red stage mana core. But getting S-class B score at the age of 8? Just who is my brother? Or should I ask who was he? Ashborn's POV. Caspian certainly knows how to make advertisements. If I wasn't the one who tasked him to do that, I would also be intrigued by this announcement. Now, Caspian, what will you do? How will you earn attention from all other countries? King of Sapin is already interested in a person who obtained those cores. I can already say that we got independence of guild. When I was thinking about my next actions, someone burst into the room. Your Majesty. We received a message from the guild. Man exclaimed. Calm down a little and then tell me what happened. There's A new S-Class adventurer appeared. Your presence is required here in the Zyrus's branch, the man said, and everyone present widened their eyes. S-Class A adventurer? King probably already connected dots and realized that the S-Class adventurer was the one who got those cores. Priscilla, I'm leaving. You can stay here, I will assign guards. As the king said that, he runs out of the room. And of course, Caspian is calling me. I received a message from my soldier who was in Caspian's shadow. Chapter 15, Ashborn's POV. Ellie, can you sit on Mother's lap for now? I asked my sister. My sister just nodded and I handed her to my mother. Ellie seems not to mind this. Mother meanwhile had a different expression. Where are you going, Ash? She asked me. I have to visit someone. I answered quickly. I didn't specify who I was visiting. They will eventually learn about this. It's not that I'm going to hide it either. If people know who am I, it's even better. They wouldn't even dare to do something. Guards who were here to protect the Queen of Sapin looked angry at what I said. They are probably thinking, how does this kid have something more important than being in the same room as Queen? I don't blame them and I don't care about these guards. Right now I have an important meeting that will determine the future of this continent. Of course, I'm the one that will determine it. I left VIP's room and quickly used Shadow Exchange. Caspian, I'm here. Did King arrive yet? I asked even before I appeared before him. Whoa! He got surprised at my sudden appearance but regained his composure. No, His Majesty hasn't arrived yet. Caspian quickly answered my question and I just nodded. You aren't against me sitting here, right? I asked and pointed at his desk. No, of course not. I sat in his chair and waited for King to arrive. Caspian meanwhile left the room to guide King to this room. For now, I'm not going to ask the King to make the guild an independent organization. I just want to ensure that he won't do that out of fear. I can certainly take control over everything with just force, but I don't want to turn everyone in my servant. I have to gain their loyalty differently now. Controlling the whole continent with fear will make my job only harder. Not that hard, TBH. Blaine Glader's POV. I quickly arrived in Zyrus Adventurers Guild. News about the new S-Class adventurer is spreading quickly. This matter can't be ignored. Not only this S-Class adventurer managed to get few S-Class B scores, but he also requested my presence? Caspian did that. S-Class adventurer hasn't appeared for 100 years already and now it has appeared with a boom. I just hope she won't be an ignorant fool who does everything that she wants. Maybe I will be able to make him work under me? I don't have a good feeling about this, but it can be worth a shot. Your Majesty, S-Class adventurer is already waiting for you. Please follow me. I just nodded at the man in front of me. I already knew about Caspian. He was guild leader here for quite some time. Also, he is from the Bladeheart family. Caspian led me towards his office, and when I saw the door of his office, chills run down my spine. I didn't exactly know what was behind those doors, but it wasn't probably simple mage. My guards weren't feeling this? This bluish aura that was leaking out from these doors, I already started sweating. I think I already felt similar. Image of Ashborn appeared in his mind. I shook my head in denial. Your Majesty, are you okay? Caspian asked me. It's all right. But can't you feel this? I asked, but he looked confused at me. Did that adventurer put pressure only on me? Just what monster is on another side of these doors? Caspian approached the doors and slowly opened them. The only thing that I could see was shadow what materialized on a person with glowing blue eyes. The aura that this man was leaking was unbelievable. I used my super-duper pro skills of photoshopping and created this. I know it sucks. I was sitting in front of the monster. We met again, King Glader, said Ashborn. Ashborn? I couldn't understand how was that even possible. 8 years old kid is really an S-class adventurer. Maybe this is just a dream? Yes, I'm Ashborn Leywin that you met at auction. He said almost as if he knows what I was thinking. And how come you got here? Couldn't I ask something more important? I'm an S-class adventurer, I'm faster than normal carriage. He answered. I thought he was joking, but his serious face said otherwise. Ahem. Since we are already familiar, let's skip introductions. I myself couldn't understand what to say first, so I came up with only this. You won't ask how am I so strong despite such age? He asked. That was a question that I was afraid to ask most. I don't think that you want to reveal such matter. I answered. You are right. Damn, I thought he would at least say something about it. In front of him, I feel like I'm a kid and not him. Ashborn's POV. It's hard to believe that I'm sitting in front of a king. He is acting childishly. Where is his charisma? Where is the pressure that he was giving to Vincent? Let's finish with chit-chat. I want to talk about serious matters. I quickly changed the topic. Yes, I agree. We should talk about more important things. Glader nodded and calmed down. First of all, I want you to spread the news about the appearance of S-Class Adventurer. I said. Why? It is already spreading quickly. From his point of view, that may be a strange request, but for me it's important. No, I want all nobles to know that S-Class Adventurer's appearance is real and he is strongest on this continent. I don't care if they won't comply, just want to make sure that they won't put pressure on my family. This is just a warning, there won't be a second time. King narrowed his eyes at me. You do realize that this is a crime, but I understand. I don't know if everyone will be okay with such an announcement. Especially some noble families who have strong mages. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes. This is why I'm telling you all of this. Just put in their brains that they should comply or they won't receive a warning the second time. That's right. Earning respect and abeyance from normal civilians shouldn't be a problem. But some nobles who think too highly of themselves won't do this even when they clearly see a person's strength. Especially when someone is a commoner. I understand. But in EXC- he couldn't finish the sentence because I cut him off. Don't think that I owe you, I said, but he shook his head. That's not what I meant. I have a proposition. He said, and I got interested. What it might be. Please, accept the title of noble. Some interesting ideas. I still wanted to deny his proposal, but Caspian interrupted. Mr. Ashborn, don't misunderstand His Majesty. I think he means that all those processes will be going only faster if you accept the title of noble. Caspian explained. It will make the easier job for him. The only advantage for me is that I won't be called a commoner by those nobles. What he means is that he could do anything either way. He won't be called commoner by nobles. This is the only thing that he will benefit from the title. Ask my father, I'm not head of the family. That is probably the worst excuse that I could come up with. They looked at me strangely, if saying to me seriously? I think it's decided then. King stood up. Yes, if you agree then it's decided. I added and he nodded with a smirk. I wouldn't want to mess with such a strong person. He does have some intelligence, unlike snorty nobles. Also, I want to ask maybe you will engage with my Dao Dash. Before he could finish I already exited the room. I just wanted to add this for no reason. I'm not shipping them, yet. Blaine Glader's POV. I sighed heavily when that person left the room. When he left the room, atmosphere became light. It felt like a weight on my shoulders was lifted. I'm the king, but in front of him, I was nothing but a mere bug. I'm not angry about this, not in a million years I will be angry about my failure in front of that person. Anyone, no matter who or what it is. In front of a person called Ashborn Leywin, he won't be able to do anything. In front of him, we humans, no, we mortals are nothing. I just hope that I won't anger him. Caspian, how often do you think he will request something? I started to get worried about the future of my kingdom. For his time being here in my office, I learned only one thing, and that is he is truly someone who you shouldn't mess with, but still, I don't think that he will make crazy demands to you, Your Majesty. He answered my question and I wasn't relieved at all. That makes the situation only worse. Caspian is an AA-class adventurer, one of the strongest one in the guild. The margin between S-class adventurer and AA-class is tremendous. Do we even have a chance if he will start a war? I should support him so I won't be on his kill list. Third POV. Ashborn returned to VIP's room quietly. The auction was still on fire. A lot of things were sold. Queen Priscilla even purchased a mana beast who has the potential to reach A-class. Apparently, he bought it for his son Curtis. Of course, Goddard should be with Curtis. So where did you go? Arthur approached Ashborn and asked. Well, I met someone. Ashborn answered calmly but received a skeptical look from Arthur. Arthur, does noble status give you benefits? It was now Ashborn who asked Arthur a question. Noble status? Wait, you don't mean the dash? Ashborn nodded and Arthur started thinking. Noble, huh? There can be many benefits, but the only thing that comes to my mind is that nobles won't call us commoners. Ashborn and Arthur have the same thoughts about receiving noble status. You didn't threaten the king, did you? Arthur asked. Who do you take me for? Ashborn glanced at Arthur. Heartless and cold-blooded monster. Arthur mumbled, but Ashborn clearly heard what his brother was saying. You said something? And nothing. The auction ended without any other incidents. Everyone started leaving the hall, some went to get their purchased items. Ashborn and his family returned to Helstia Manor. There they are, enjoying their dinner with everyone around a big table. I'm so tired, Adam exclaimed and leaned on the chair. Patrolling auction house wasn't so easy. By the way, Ash, I heard there was an incident in VIP's room. Raynolds suddenly said. Helstia family, Arthur, and Alice tensed up at this. It was nothing, I just refused to kneel in front of the king, and the royal guard got angry. Ashborn answered and Raynolds widened his eyes. Is the situation resolved? Raynolds was in shock. His son refused to kneel. And not in front of someone, but the king of Sapin. Yes, the situation was resolved. Now that I think about it, King was quite frightened. Vincent answered in Ash's stead. I hope there won't be any other consequences. Raynolds just sighed and leaned on his chair. Ash honey, just don't do something so dangerous next time. Alice told Ashborn, who didn't answer at that. But damn! He refused to kneel in front of a king. You got guts. Adam complimented Ash. Adam, stop praising a child for such a thing. Helen didn't want Ashborn to endanger himself again. If it's not dangerous, it's okay then, right? Ashborn asked, earning looks from everyone. Ashborn, you may be genius, but be careful. He is still king. Vincent said, earning nods from everyone. I understand that he is king. But what I mean is that, if he can't do anything against me, it's okay, isn't it? This sentence made everyone look at him confused except Arthur. What do you mean? Forget it. I'm just saying you don't have to worry. Ashborn shook his head and continued eating. Days passed quickly. Ashborn and Arthur are already 9 years old. They celebrated their birthday with Helstias and Twinhorns. And it was decided that Jasmine will go with Arthur in his adventuring. Ashborn meanwhile was pre-planning what he should do. He was planning to dive into dungeons to increase his army, but after he learned about Alarcia, he wants to visit this Alarcia and explore another continent. He decided that he will immediately go to Alarcia. Skip the formalities and tell me what exactly wants His Majesty? Raynolds asked a messenger from the king himself. To explain it easier, His Majesty is proposing you to accept the title of noble. The man in front of Raynolds explained. But why would His Majesty propose this to us? Raynolds asked, still being suspicious. I wasn't told all information, but one of your family members is S-class adventurer. This may bring some problems for your family from other nobles. This is why His Majesty wants to ensure the safety of your family. Messenger said. Raynolds widened his eyes. S-class adventurer is in his family? But who could it be? Maybe Ash is S-class adventurer? He never told us what he did in Beast Glades and never explained how he got that high-class mana core. Raynolds already had some suspicions about Ashborn. Ash was powerful and he already knew that, but he alone went to Beast Glades. Then he came back with a high-class beast core. And now the sudden appearance of S-class adventurer that apparently is in his family. There was no doubt about it. Ashborn Leywin is S-class adventurer. Please, can you wait here? I will bring that S-class adventurer here. Raynolds asked Messenger, who could only nod. Raynolds runs upstairs and approaches Ashborn's room. When he opened the doors, he couldn't see anyone there. No living soul could be found in the room. Raynolds only managed to find some letter with Ash's name on it. I will be leaving for my journey once again. I apologize, but please allow me to explain every detail after I return from my journey. I will be sending letters. You won't have to worry about me since you probably already know that I'm S-class adventurer. I also place this burden on your shoulders, Father. If you want to accept the title of noble, you are free to do so. Also, please tell Ellie that I will come back with a present. Leywin. Ashborn Leywin. You already outran your father by large margin. I'm so proud of you. Chapter 16. The waves are crashing, the sun is setting and hot golden sand is finally starting to cool down. The weather is calming, everything around was quiet. The only sounds that are made are waves crashing against the beach and whistles of the wind. No soul, absolutely no one was here to witness such a great scenario. The atmosphere was relaxing till some presence could be noticed. Silhouette was descending from the sky. This silhouette had the shape of a lion with wings. It slowly landed on the beach. It could be clearly seen what was that creature. It was black, with blue glowing wings. After landing on the beach, it looked around. After confirming if there was no one who could it, another black matter materialized from it. Another silhouette now formed, who had a blue glowing horn on his forehead. The black humanoid figure was emitting a large amount of mana and it could probably scare any normal person. My king, we reached our destination. The humanoid figure said and waited. Shadow exchange. Deep, calm, and commanding voice could be heard. Humanoid figure sink in shadow and flying creature remained. Soon after the humanoid figure sink into shadow, slowly another figure raised from shadow. The new figure was a human with short auburn hair and blue eyes. Someone would think that person is only a teen, but the aura around a boy would tell them otherwise. Figure made the first step. I feel the presence of fragments. Figure narrowed his eyes and said, Ashborn Leywin, who only a few days ago went on his journey, came to a new continent of Alacria and did his first steps on unknown land. Everyone disperses, he said in the air. Instantly a whole lot of shadows flew out and went in different directions. Ashborn's POV. I came to this continent to learn if they pose danger to Dicathan. It's obvious that they do have ill intent, but that doesn't mean that they can go against another continent. This is why I came here. Unexpectedly, I felt the presence of fragments. Fragments of reincarnation cup to be exact, and it seems that there are few of them. Without wasting time, I sent my soldiers to learn about much as they can from this continent. I already have premonitions that the journey on this continent will be long. I have to find fragments before they will be in hands of the wrong person. I was sitting on the beach. I was receiving a colossal amount of information. Alacria is a way more advanced continent than Dicathan. Magic of Alacrians are different from Dicathan. From my soldiers, I could feel the mana that was in many people. This means that count of magicians in Alacria is higher, Decathlon won't even compare. But magic is utilized by marks/runes. I suspect this is the doing of rituals that those Alacrians worship. Unfortunately, these marks do have limits. Quantity is high, but the quality is low. From what I heard from my Alacrian servant, Alacria is divided into 5 regions, or dominions that they call. First is Truatia, the northern dominion. Saesklar, the southern dominion. Etril, the eastern dominion. Decker, the western dominion. Central Dominion, which is located in the central region of Alacria. I never had the intention to explore this continent fully, but now I don't have a choice since there are fragments. Also, there were places that my shadows for some reason couldn't enter. I have to see those places myself. It's time to start the action. Shadow Exchange, I never mentioned this before, he doesn't have a time limit of usage. Dominion of Etril. From the information gathered I can say that this place is popular for some travelers. I don't want to make bloodbath anywhere. So my appearance here shouldn't be strange, and I could avoid fights. Baru already managed to memorize most of the towns and dominions. He will be able to guide me without any problems. Then a Lacrian servant of mine is also here. He told me about one more interesting thing that I'm concerned about. It seems there are some relic tombs and people called ascenders are ascending through them. But the main reason for my interest in them is that those relic tombs were places that my shadows couldn't enter. Where are those relic tombs exactly? I asked my servant previously a Lacrian. They are underground ecosystems, they have teleporters. My king, I think the reason why we can't enter relic tombs is because relic tombs itself is declining us. I will do it myself. Everyone return. As I commanded, soon every shadow who was searching for information returned back to me. They didn't instantly return. Ashborn had to wait some time. Baru, which relic tomb you will recommend first? I asked my first in command. My liege, your lowly servant thinks that we should first go to nearest relic tomb. I'm sorry, my liege, I couldn't open up the barrier myself. If only you could open it for me, I would quickly end everything. He materialized and started bowing his head on the ground and apologized. Then we'll go to nearest relic tomb. Hockey, come out. Hockey came out and I jumped on him. We flew towards the nearest relic tomb. There should be one in this dominion and I'll have to check all of them. There were 4 places where my shadows couldn't enter. If they were able to stop my shadows from entering with a barrier, that means that they were created by someone who has vast knowledge about mana. But maybe there is something different? Nonetheless, I have to see everything myself. While flying over the towns in Etril, I could see that people here were living just like people in Decathlon. In other words, peacefully. My liege, entrance of that place was guarded by people. Should we clear the road for you? Baru meant that he wanted to kill everyone who was guarding the entrance. If I wanted to kill everyone here, I would do it way earlier. Your lowly servant apologizes for his misunderstanding, my liege. Sometimes I wonder who was the person who Baru devoured. My king, the entrance of relic tombs is mostly guarded by kingdom officials. My Alacrian servant intervened. I could just kill them. That was the easiest way to avoid any trouble, but knocking them out would be much better. My liege, this is the place, Baru said when we reached the entrance of relic tombs. Where are the guards that you mentioned? I asked. I couldn't feel anything that was beyond this entrance. Building in front of me, indeed had some kind of barrier. They should be inside guarding teleporter, my king. A Lacrian servant answered. I approached the building and reached out my hand to touch the invisible barrier. When I touched it, something seems to push my hand back with a small explosion. This isn't mana. I couldn't feel any mana in this small explosion. Steam was coming from my hand. I was always protecting myself with mana, so no serious injuries were sustained. My liege, this is the barrier that I was talking about, Baru said. Breaking the barrier wouldn't be a problem, I just hope I will learn who created it. I started channeling my mana on my palm and placed it on the barrier. I applied more force on my hand till it went through the barrier. The barrier started shaking and small purple-colored cracks started spreading. Cracks continued spreading across the barrier, when finally barrier couldn't take any more shattered. My liege, I can't stop but be amazed at your greatness. Baru's eyes shone with stars inside them. I ignored him and continued my way inside this building. Inside the building, there weren't many people. Those people are ascenders, my king. A Lacrian servant told me. When I entered the building, many were looking at me. That was to be expected. I didn't feel uncomfortable or anything. Why should they stare at me like that? How dare they glare at my liege like that? I could hear Baru screaming inside my shadow, and other servants were supporting him. Snap ! I don't want to kill anyone, so go to your dreamland for now. After I snapped my fingers, people started falling down on the ground. Sleep inducement. Frost Monarch was able to use this, and I think Ashborn could do it too. I wasn't planning to waste my time with those people. I'm merciful to humans who didn't do anything to deserve to die. Of course, he doesn't know if they did something, so I just made them sleep. I started walking forward. There was some column with runes on it. My king, this is the teleporter. A Lacrian servant told me. This means they also have knowledge about space. Unlike teleporters in Dicathan, which people didn't know how were created. These teleporters have runes on them. Learning them shouldn't be a problem for people. What will be your next command, my liege? Baru asked with seriousness in his voice. We will teleport, I said, and placed my hand on the teleporter. It didn't want to teleport me, but I infused runes with my mana and it started working. Whoever created teleport doesn't want me to enter Relic Tomb. It was obvious. All other people can enter and I can't? I'm not a person who will believe such a thing. There is a catch there. I was teleported to an unknown white-colored place. Some energy was terminating from everywhere. Especially from this thing. I turned to the statue that was placed in front of big doors. Shall I destroy it for you, my liege? Baru, as always, only thinks about destroying and killing something for me. No, just wait. I stopped him from doing anything unnecessary. The statue that I was looking at didn't have a soul, but it had consciousness. Something like a programmed doll. I started approaching the statue. I was waiting for what it would do. I had already realized that it was protecting the door in front of me. When I was 10 meters away from the statue, it started to crack. Cracks covered the whole statue and it breaks, freeing the creature inside it. It immediately charged at me. Fast, I thought while getting out of way from the creature. Now that I think about it, it resembles the soldier of Baron. Baron is monarch of white flames, if you didn't know. Cerberus, to be exact. Three-headed dog, who was the gatekeeper of Baron's castle. From where? I was asking myself. From where did people even know about Cerberus? Maybe there was some myth about it? I wouldn't be interested in it if it didn't resemble it too much. It exactly looks like Cerberus. While I was thinking, Cerberus swung his claws at me from the side. I jumped up, avoiding it. Cerberus then tried to bite me. Ruler's authority. I used Ruler's authority to halt Cerberus. My liege, I will kill this lowly creature for you. Baru was ready to fly out from my shadow. Your intervention is not necessary, I said, and he understood. I quickly jumped towards one of the 3 heads that Cerberus had. It wasn't surprised but opened one of the mouths to bite me. Ruler's authority. Once again I used Ruler's authority and pulled myself towards Cerberus's big fang, and I grabbed the fang with my hand and applied force to pull it out from the socket. It easily came out. When the dog saw that, it tried to bite me again. But I jumped from one head to another. When I landed on the left head of Cerberus, I drive fang directly inside its eyes. There wasn't any blood as I expected. Ruler's authority. I jumped down from my head, reinforced my hand, and punched Cerberus in its prosternum. A big hole appeared, but there weren't any inside organs. Cerberus fell down on the ground. Your performance was brilliant, my liege, said Baru, and I could feel other servants' cheers. I turned to doors. No, they were gates. It slowly started opening. When it finally opened, I saw it. Chapter 17, Ashborn POV. Did they enter my mind? This was the first thought that flashed after seeing what was beyond those gates. In front of me, there was the City of Soul, but it was burning. Just like the architect designed it and everything looked like it. I was already thinking that someone managed to enter my mind and saw my memories. I was absolutely sure that this wasn't it. I'm protecting my mind, and even if I wouldn't, they won't be able to enter it so easily without me noticing. My king, it is known that relic tombs are able to alter themselves and change the environment for ascenders, creating different obstacles for different ascenders. My Alacrian servant explained. This doesn't explain how they were able to recreate my creation without entering my mind. There shouldn't be anyone who knows about this other than me, my successor, and architect. Don't worry, these characters won't appear here. I shifted my attention to something in the yellow sky. My liege, someone is looking at us, Baru said, and prepared to attack if necessary. No living presence, but it does also have consciousness. Another doll? It teleported from somewhere, it will teleport again. Do not waste time on it, I told Baru. Should we start clearing area, my liege? Baru asked me excitedly. Kill everything, except ascenders if they are still here. I quickly gave the command and hundreds of my soldiers flew out from my shadow. I also started walking forward. If they copied my demon castle, then there should be other floors, which means that I find a teleporter. My soldiers already started encountering some enemies. They were dolls. I'm doubting that there will be something that can be turned into my shadows. Maybe I had to go in Beast Glades before coming here? It wasn't a bad idea to visit Beast Glades to increase my army. Search for the teleportation gates, I commanded my soldiers. They immediately complied and started searching for gates. While I was walking through burning and destroyed streets of the city, I encountered many monsters. They weren't comparable to Cerberus and easily were crushed by ruler's authority. Still, I'm impressed monsters didn't have mana, but they were strong if we will compare them to beasts in Beast Glades. My liege, we found teleportation gates, but it requires some kind of key, Baru informed me. Don't waste your time for searching the key. I will forcibly activate teleportation. There was no need for a key. My liege, shall I return to you and exterminate everyone on your way? Baru asked me. Poor Baru. He cares for his liege so much. Just stay where you are, I told him and fastened my pace. On the way, I haven't encountered any other monsters. They were already eliminated by my soldiers. That's to be expected from my army. My liege, this is teleportation gate. Baru pointed at teleportation gates. Let's not waste time. Everyone return. Floor 1 till floor 5. Everything was the same as Demon Castle. Monsters were weak. The only difference may be that monsters didn't have mana, and if they are not killed they will regenerate from any injuries. Everyone aims for heads, I commanded while sitting on some skyscraper. Looking down from above, I could see how my shadows were fighting monsters and clearing this floor. It was more convenient than always looking through shadow preservation. Baru, do those monsters have some valuable things? I asked Baru. Maybe they have some cores that control them. My liege, they do have some weapons, Baru answered. Bring me one. When I said that, I heard destruction somewhere in the distance. I knew it was Baru, who probably finished off some monster with a weapon. He soon appeared next to me and offered me a sword. My liege, I brought you sword. Sorry, my liege, I couldn't find anything better than this. I took the sword in Baru's hand and observed it. Sword also doesn't have any mana in them. Is it just a normal sword? I thought. I channeled my mana in my hand and tried to bend the sword in my hands. Surprisingly, it could withstand force. This is not normal metal, is it? I asked myself. No normal sword without mana in it would be able to withstand such force. My liege, it still doesn't deserve to be wielded by you, Baru said. It's not for me. I shall save them just in case. Everyone gather equipment and store them in my shadow. just not to waste my mana in the future. I shall store these swords, they have great durability. My king, we found some humans fighting monsters. Shall we intervene? My Alacrian soldier told me telepathically. I want to ask some questions. Shadow exchange. I switched with Alacrian servant, quickly jumping on the nearest building. I could see some humans fighting monsters, they could hold their ground. Unfortunately, there are too many monsters and they will exhaust themselves. Their mana pool isn't big either. But more of those monsters are approaching them. Should I save them? They will genuinely answer my questions. I can just turn them into my servants. I dismiss the idea quickly. I won't kill those who don't deserve to die. This group of 7 people consisted of 1 long-range fighter, conjurer, but with the sword? Others were mainly fighting melee. Weird fighting style they have. I saw how one of them charged to the monster without any care and the other had to always cover him. Oh, there's the first one. I could see in slow motion how one of the monsters swung its weapon to the conjurer. I swiftly disappeared from my place and appeared in front of the monster. Quickly I punched the monster in the head and it exploded. A person who I just saved looked shocked at the new development. I will kill other monsters and you will answer my question. Is this a deal? I asked quickly, not wanting to waste my time. The person looked at me dumbfounded, but later just nodded. Take care of monsters around me, I told my servants. I could do everything myself, but I didn't want to waste my time killing a weak monster that can be demolished by my weakest soldier. Baru was the first one to show up. He was moving so fast that humans couldn't even notice him. But latter one managed to feel his presence. Baru isn't even trying to hide his mana. Guys, there is a monster and a strong one, shouted a girl in the group. She is probably the censor. He is with me, no need to be afraid. I tried to calm them down, but I failed. Who are you? Those humans are too emotional, I thought. My liege, should I kill them for you? They dared to scream at you. Baru, your mission was to kill monsters, not humans. Just kill monsters. Baru nodded and on high speed, he went through monsters. Literally. A group of humans looked even more shocked at this. I saved you, now answer my questions, I told them. Wait, first tell, who are you? A guy with an ugly face shouted at me and pointed his weapon at me. I'm the one who should ask questions. With high speed, I moved next to him and scratched his chest with a mana-infused finger. Others widened their eyes and looked terrified at my display of speed. So answer me, when did you enter this relic tomb? I asked them, but they still remained silent. Were they shocked? You made a deal, now answer the question. I saved their lives in exchange for answers. If they won't answer, payment would be their life. I found this badass few weeks ago, sir. One of them stuttered. Did Relic Tomb started changing when you were here? Yes, sir. So it started changing when I entered here. That only leaves one theory, I thought. I, of course, already have some theories. Why did Relic Tombs create such an environment? Now my suspicions were reduced to only one theory. And this only theory was that fragments brought past. Explanation for those who don't understand. Cup of Reincarnation could reverse time back 10 years. Imagine that these 10 years were poured inside the cup. And ancient mages managed to see this 10 years. Someone saw what happened in the past of my previous life and not only mine. This will explain how they managed to see Demon Castle. But it would bring whole past, not just some memories. In other words, everything that happened, not only me creating Demon Castle. How rulers used Cup of Reincarnation, this will also be in that past. Okay, you are free to continue whatever you were doing, I told the group and turned away to get on a different floor. Excuse me, sir, can we at least know your name? To thank you properly. I'm Ashborn, I answered nonchalantly. Thank you, Mr. Ashborn, for saving us. My name is Austin. Mr. Ashborn? Can't he see that I'm most likely a teen? I never asked for your name. And with that, I turned the situation awkward. I left a group of people before they even knew that. I with my army continued going through floors. Needless to say, monsters were still weak. They do have more durability, but overall they are weaker than demons from Baron's army. My king, we found human corpses. A Lacrian servant informed. We are going to say it. Shadow exchange. I once again changed my position with a Lacrian servant. 2 human corpses. 1 girl and 1 is a boy, they are young ones. Their mana pool isn't big, but it doesn't matter. Arise. Shadows started spreading from their corpses. It expanded and formed 2 human figures, 1 woman and 1 man. The man was in black armor from shadows and had a helmet of wolf's head, while the woman had a black dress with blue glowing parts. She looked like a battle maiden. Your name will be Hillith. Hillith literally means battle maiden. And your name will be Hildwolf. I named my soldiers. Their mana pool increased and the woman is the long-range attacker. 1 witch and 1 fighter. I continued going through floors. I couldn't spot any other humans on my way. They were already out from relic tombs? No, they wouldn't be able to. There should be floors with strong monsters. Such as Vulcan. I doubt that they could recreate Baron. Let's not think about it. This is already the 25th floor. I managed to go through 25 floors. Without even trying, at least they tried to recreate my demon castle. This is funny, isn't it? Plagiarism. Everyone, in my shadow. Every servant returned to my shadows. I approached Teleporter and injected my mana in its runes. Soon it teleported me to a familiar place. Isn't this Vulcan's floor? It should be on the 50th floor. Do they have a shortage of resources? A lot of thoughts flashed in my mind. Vulcan isn't sitting on his throne. This is when the shadow appeared above me. Crash. Something big landed directly in the place where I stood. I managed to get away from here, but I was still surprised. This lowly creature. How Baru tried to attack a monster that just landed. Halt! This thing, it's strong. Vulcan that was in Baron's army was a strong and fast demon despite its large build. It wouldn't matter to me, but right now I have a feeling that it's stronger. Did Relic Tomb put all its efforts into creating this monster? Right now if I don't exactly aim for its head, it will probably start regeneration. While I was thinking all of this, Vulcan came to me running with all its might. It has intellect. It was not giving me time to think. Speed and strength are also higher than other beasts that I have encountered in this world. Shame that it's only a doll. I might be able to kill it with 1 attack. I run towards Vulcan and jumped high enough to reach its head. Ruler's authority. I reinforced my hand with Ruler's authority and swung it towards Vulcan's head. Before the attack could reach its head, Vulcan bent his body and put his bend in front to at least block my attack. No, this isn't just a doll with some intellect. Someone is controlling it. Chapter 18, Ashborn's POV. Someone was controlling this Vulcan doll. Vulcan was not an intellectual creature that could know what to do in situations where he can't avoid the attack. He will continue to use just brute force even when he clearly sees that the opponent is stronger than him. To say it easier, Vulcan was just deadly stupid. Come forth, I said, and my whole army started coming out from the shadow. This isn't my style, but it would be better if I will end this quickly. My shadows can take his attention. Vulcan flinched at such development. That confirms that it's not a doll. I noticed how Vulcan flinched and visible fear could be seen in his eyes. My soldier, charge! I commanded with a shout and everyone run towards Vulcan. Vulcan seemed to be lost. First, my ants from my army tried to bite him and slow him down. Baru managed to make a big cut across Vulcan's stomach. But obviously, it started healing, way faster than those dolls on previous floors. Vulcan started swinging his club and hitting my soldiers. He can continue doing this for some time. My soldiers are also regenerating and it's better than his regeneration. Baru, try to cut his sight. I told Baru, who immediately flew towards Vulcan's head. Vulcan noticed this and tried to avoid Baru, but the ant was fast enough to grab on its face, and then by digging his claws in its face reach eyes. Vulcan tried to remove Baru from his face. The optimal option for him would be to swing his club at his face. But Vulcan didn't and tried to grab Baru with his big palm. Unfortunately for Vulcan, Baru reached its eyes way before he could grab Ant. Asterisk cook asterisk. Take this! Baru screeched and swung his claw towards Vulcan's eyeball. After Vulcan lost sight in one of his two eyes, he swung his club towards his face. This was perfect timing for me to finish him off. I accelerated and ran towards Vulcan, and when I was near him I jumped above his head. When I was high in the air, Vulcan looked up at me. Ruler's authority. I used Ruler's authority on my hand, and when I was falling down and approaching Vulcan's head, I punched towards Vulcan and a chaotic gust of wind followed my action. My eyes widened when I saw that Vulcan wasn't here. I looked around and saw Vulcan in the far distance from me. Did it teleport? No, there isn't a disruption in surrounding mana. Before I could finish my thoughts, Vulcan disappeared from his place. I turned around knowing that Vulcan would be there, and he was there swinging his club on me. With my hand reinforced with Ruler's authority, I caught it. Vulcan then threw a kick towards me with his big leg. Ruler's authority. I reinforced my second hand and caught Vulcan's kick. Baru! Yes, my liege! Baru flew towards Vulcan's head once again. Why isn't he using his ability? I wondered why didn't teleport or stop time to evade attack. It also didn't use the previous time when Baru damaged his eye. Lowly creature, how dare you use your dirty legs to kick my liege? Baru shouted and started to swing his claws back and forth. Cuts started to appear on Vulcan's body. When I let go of Vulcan and got ready to punch him, it once again disappeared from its place. Now he used it. So it can't use it when I'm touching him. I realized why couldn't it use this ability. That was because I had contact with it. Unlike normal teleportation or time stop, this creature forced himself out of dimension, in other words, out of time and space. This Vulcan didn't have mana, didn't have a real body, and wasn't actually alive. It could be easily forced out of dimension, and one controlling Vulcan has something that can influence time and space. Why couldn't it be forced out of dimension when I or Baru made contact with it? Because I have an enormous amount of mana and Baru is connected to me, it didn't have power enough to take us with him. I just have to take him under my authority. I just have to get closer to reach with telekinesis. I quickly disappeared from my position and got near Vulcan, who again disappeared. He realized that I already know its flaw. My liege, let me catch this lowly creature for you. I nodded at Baru, who immediately took off, flew towards Vulcan. Vulcan started disappearing and appearing far from my place. It was trying not to get near me. It wasn't an attack but only running away. He was playing tags with Baru. And when Baru got somewhere near Vulcan, I used something that Vulcan didn't see yet. Shadow exchange. I switched with Baru and appeared near Vulcan, who widened his eyes in realization. Not wasting any time, I took him under my authority. Ruler's authority. Vulcan was forced to freeze in place. My mana was concentrated around Vulcan, not letting him move at all. I applied more mana to smash Vulcan with a face in the ground. It was trying to at least do something. Small twitches in his body didn't help him. It's futile. You are not able to escape my authority. I jumped on its head while holding my hand over it and using Ruler's authority. You shall come out, I said to someone who was controlling Vulcan. I waited for some response but received nothing. I took out one of the swords that I managed to store in my shadow. I swung it at Vulcan's neck and without any problems head was separated from the body. Why making all of this when you already know that you will lose? I provoked him to come out and at least tell me something. Greetings, a great one. said some voice, and my surroundings quickly changed. I was now surrounded with only white color. The only things with different colors were my soldiers. So you finally decided to show yourself, I said, and a purple-colored crystal appeared in front of me. I'm sure Great One already spotted me on the first floor. It responded with a sarcastic voice. If you knew why doing all of this? I asked. This was only for greeting. Calling me a Great One and then lying. You are a brave one. I'm sure it had meaning behind it, like a test. This was only insurance. I grabbed this crystal with my hand and used ruler's authority to ensure myself it won't get away from me. Tell me everything. Those words should be enough for him to realize why I'm here. Long time ago, we ancient mages found golden glowing fragments. Those glowing fragments had power that we always wanted to have. They could control time and space, life and death. This is only the part that we managed to grasp. But later we found out that these fragments brought past of the different world. A different world where we saw what these powers can truly do. We got scared to experience the same fate as that world where cities and countries were on fire. We started researching, developing a way to create a safe place for other inhabitants to live here safely. But unfortunately for us, these fragments were here for a long time before we found them. Power in those fragments started leaking out, giving its properties to elements that we now call ether. And then Asuras or higher beings of this world showed up. In their eyes, we were a threat and they wanted to have a hand on our ways of controlling ether. We managed to hide fragments in 4 relic tombs. This is one of them. Asuras planned genocide of our whole race. And the creation of these relic tombs that Asuras can't enter is to hide fragments from Asuras. We predicted that someone will come from that past and take these fragments and not get them into the wrong hands. We believed in this and sacrificed ourselves to protect them from Asuras. Crystal shortly explained. Everything that this voice told me, rulers would be angry at their mistakes. They wanted to save races from disappearing, but in the end, their work was done by others. I was previously known as ruler. It would be rude of me not to thank you. I genuinely thank this crystal. This is only 1 fragment. 3 others are in 3 relic tombs that we built. As Crystal said this, a golden shining fragment appeared next to him and floated in my direction. I gently took it and observed it for a while. You deserve to rest, maybe even more than me, I said, and finally tightened my grip on Crystal until it broke. Now what to do with this? I asked myself and looked at the fragment. It was previously part of the cup. Why doesn't it just fulfill its real mission and serve me as a cup? It can be poured by my mana. It could probably be used as a vessel of my mana. Deformation of fragment is slow. From it, I should form the core and inject it inside with my mana. Then it will start absorption of ambient mana. Rotten apple in a basket full of apples will spread rot. This is a simple function of this vessel. My mana will turn ambient mana in mine. This may be a vulgar way to describe the process, but I'm not a person who cares about this. What to do with this relic tomb? This was already a question that I have to ponder. I don't really care about these ascenders. Either way, I will still keep it. Maybe I would transform it later in my castle later. But right now I'll continue bending this fragment into the core. Recreating Black Heart, but this time on my own? This 1 fragment won't be enough, but this is already progress. From this fragment, I could only make a thin layer that can store my mana and absorb some, but it would have a big limit, unlike Black Heart. Too much mana in it and it will break, only 1 layer isn't enough. When a small golden orb was formed, I made it enter the right side of the chest. I injected a small orb with my mana and its color quickly started changing from gold to black. It is sucking out my mana, and in this relic tomb there isn't much mana that it can absorb. Shadow exchange. I sunk in my shadow and switched with one of the servants that I left outside of relic tombs. Immediately black orb that was in my body started sucking surrounding mana at a fast pace. The amount of mana that was sucking in the orb was high that it even started scratching my still undeveloped body. But soon process came to end. Black orb started emitting mana outside, light purple mana started to burn on the black orb, forming the shape of a heart. I started to feel stronger. Mana from black orb, no, it would be right to call it black heart, started emitting in colossal proportions. I stopped black heart from absorbing more surrounding mana because it might break before it could even do me good. My liege, I must congratulate you for acquiring such power. Baru also became stronger. I was already giving my soldiers my colossal amount of mana to make them stronger. Baru's large mana pool got even bigger. His colors are also becoming darker. His mana color changed because of mana density. There's one thing that I want to try. I started to concentrate my mana on my palm. I tried to give it a shape. I then started to pour more mana into it till it started to form a sword. My shadows are still absorbing more of my mana. I need to wait until they fully absorb it. Right now, I had the amount of mana enough to create things such as basic equipment. There are 2 black hearts in the universe. This does bring a smile to my face. Chapter 19. A few days after I formed my incomplete black heart, I started to change Relic Tomb. Everything in Relic Tombs, every creation that is made there, every floor that it created was commanded by the crystal. Since there is nobody to take care of Relic Tombs now, I will just close it. Since it's my territory from now on, I won't let outsiders be in it. Ascenders in Relic Tombs will be kicked out, and nobody will be able to enter again. Baru and my shadows absorbed more of my mana and started to increase their limits. Their mana pool got bigger, combat capabilities also improved. The most improved one was of course Baru. If he was in my previous army, I would rank him as Marshal. It would be great if he wasn't short-tempered when it comes to fighting. My liege, what is our next destination? Baru snapped me out of my thoughts. We will continue clearing Relic Tombs for now, but before that, I want to see what will Alacrians do about closed Relic Tomb. I told Baru, who nodded. From what Crystal told me, Azuras can't enter Relic Tombs, and reason why Vritras. What a lame name, Vritras. Even I, who doesn't care about names, found this strange. And the reason why Vritras, those who occupied this continent, are sending Ascenders in Relic Tombs is that they want to get knowledge of ancient mages through them. Calling themselves deities and gods when they can't even enter Relic Tombs built by some magus. I found this pathetical when they can't justify titles that they gave themselves. My liege, maybe we should slaughter all of them? If I wanted to kill Alacrians, I would be already doing this. I answered I didn't want to start explaining my ideals, so I just closed the topic. Then, my liege, should we go to Relic Tomb? Baru asked. Not yet, we will check something first. Let's visit some towns and ask about Relic Tombs. How did those Vritras react at closed Relic Tomb? I said, and Hockey came out from the shadow. I jumped on him and he started flying towards the nearest town. My soldiers already learned about Alacria, they know Dominions as if they were home. When we were flying above Alacrian land, my Alacrian servant suggested visiting some bar with a lot of people. We could get information without fights. I would look like a kid in their eyes. I look like a teen, and a teen entering a bar with a lot of old people certainly would be strange. My liege, we can just kill one of them and they will certainly learn their place. Suggested Baru. Needless to say, this was a 100% working idea, and I would definitely choose it, only if I did want blood. I already said it, I shall not kill anybody who doesn't deserve to die. I landed near one of the towns of Vekar. Dominion of Vekar, located on the western side of the continent. I remember now, I don't have any money on me. This was a problem, I don't even know how this currency looks like here. My liege, we can take them from lowly creatures. Baru meant to steal from people. I just need to see and I will create them from mana. My liege, you don't have to waste your energy on creating such a trivial thing. Apparently, Baru didn't want me to create money. Our finances are low, not just low but non-existent. We need money for information gathering. Technically I need money only to enter some pub. But my league Baru wanted to protest, but I cut him off. Leave it at that, I decided already. I was annoyed, so replied with a rough voice. I walked through the streets of this town. There weren't many people walking in the streets. The reason for this might be the population of this town, or they have something to do. Find crowded places, hide in their shadows, and gather information. My servants complied, and they came out from my shadow except for Baru and a Lacrian servant. Meanwhile, I went to the place with the most mana signature. Mana was so low that I barely even detected it, but it was still higher than in other places. People didn't mind me, so I just continued my way towards my destination. When I arrived, I surprisingly saw the pub. I decided to enter, and when I opened the door, everyone turned to me but soon averted their gazes. They weren't surprised at my appearance. It seems it is normal for kids to enter this pub. I walked towards the stand. There stood a man, probably host. Clearly, the man was trying to avert his gaze from me. I narrowed my eyes at him. I approached the stand and just sat on a nearby seat. Welcome to my pub. I'm the host of this fertility. What can I do for you, dear customer? Man said nervously, still not daring to look into my eyes. I could feel mana in this man. He was or is a mage and is also a censor. I didn't answer him and stared at the man in front of me. He felt uncomfortable and was avoiding meeting my eyes. Why, you aren't normal, are you? The man muttered with a low voice only for me to hear. What do you mean? I asked. This amount of mana, it's so dark. What are you? The man's hands were shaking when he said this. He can feel that? It was impressive for humans to feel the nature of my mana. In your eyes, I'm not human. I can't blame him. I may be in the human body, but no one in this has my amount of mana. Let's talk somewhere more quiet place. I said and stood up. The host showed me way somewhere. His whole body was shaking. This earned the attention of people in the pub, but they had other things to do, so didn't mind. This place is quieter. Nobody is listening. I said while trying to sense if someone was near us. We were in the alleyway behind the pub. You piqued my interest when you said it's so dark about my mana. Can you tell me more? I asked. The man got even more frightened at this and couldn't utter a word. Forget it. I will ask something and then I will leave. I said and looked at the man who was continuously nodding. But remember, even if you slip word about me, I will kill you. Man made weird sound after I said this. I simply ignored it and started questioning. Then answer this. Was there any news about relic tombs in this town? Yes, sir, there wasn't any news related relic tombs. But I heard the rumor. The man said, and I got interested in what this rumor was. There was some ascender here in my pub. He said that someone not only ascended through relic tomb but also closed it. Nobody believed him, but it might be useful for you. Were there any actions from Vitras? I asked. How can you call them like that? No, there weren't. The man mumbles the first part. You can go. I told him, and he quickly entered his pub. If he says something, kill him. For now, also keep him safe. I'll come back to him. I left my shadow with him, in case if he will say too much. In the end, I didn't even need to create money. I sighed and just jumped on the roof of the nearest building. My liege, what are your commands now? Asked Baru. Guess he can't wait to have battle after acquiring new power. We will clear nearest relic tomb. I will make another layer of my black heart and increase my mana reserves. After that, I suppose that Vitras will do something, so we will have to only wait. I told Baru, who got happy after hearing that we will go to relic tomb. So is someone near relic tomb? I asked my shadow army, and one of the soldiers soon answered my call. Shadow exchange. I changed position with servant near relic tomb. I looked around and noticed that weren't any people. Mana signatures around were rather big, so this was strange. I walked towards the entrance of relic tomb. When the entrance was already in my sight, I saw some person in front of it. He had a big mana pool, but I couldn't say that he was exactly human. Why? Because it had a horn. I continued my walk as if nothing happened. The barrier of relic tomb this time let me go through it. I suspect the reason for this is Fragment's presence in me. "You there!" shouted person with 2 obsidian horns. The person had a hood on him, but I could clearly see his face. I turned to that person who looked at me angrily. "Where do you think you are going, kid?" he asked me. Calling me kid irritated me. I didn't answer the question, I just observed this person. 2 horns on his head, besides his whole body is covered in bandages. "Answer me, kid, I'm talking to you," he shouted, being angry at my ignorance. "Is there something matter?" I asked. "It's forbidden to enter relic tombs from now on. Go away. And if I don't go, you'll face consequences. You lesser think that you are almighty? Have you even awakened your mark, huh? But, yes, you have mana." I guess he couldn't sense all my mana. "Why is relic tomb closed?" I was interested, maybe this was Vritra's doing? Relic tomb in Etril was closed by an unknown person. Lord said to guard every other relic tomb and not let everyone go inside. I said already too much, fuck off and go away already. "My liege, let me kill this coward for you." Baru and my whole army got angry at this person. Vritras are already doing things, huh? It seems that they also blocked information from normal Alacrians. How dare you talk like that about great Vritras? Do you even know who you saying this to? Obviously, I didn't know who that person was. "My king, this person is one of the retainers. He is Vritra-blooded," my Alacrian servant informed me. I'm clearly not against having you in my army," I mumbled, but Retainer clearly heard it. The next second he moved his hand forwards. He tried to do something in my shadow, but then widened his eyes when nothing happened. What did you do?" he asked me with disbelief on his face. "You just tried to use something in my shadows? This is the greatest insult that I can receive from someone like you. Ruler's authority." I used this to halt the retainer in his place and pull him towards me. He couldn't stand on his 2 legs because the force was too big and he had to kneel and use his hand to support. Ruler's authority. I used ruler's authority on my second hand and punched retainer directly in his face. Retainer flew somewhere and raised dust on his journey. I don't know if he survived after such an impact. He is still alive. I could feel his mana that was getting bigger. "You are not normal lesser, are you?" I heard the voice of the retainer who soon came out from the dust. "What is your name?" I asked. "Why should I tell you?" He asked me, and some shadows manifested on his body like armor. His bandages were now torn off. "You surely don't want to be unnamed in my army, right?" He may think that this is a joke, but I was quite serious about this. "I'm Retainer Yuto, remember this before you die," said Yuto and floated on the ground. "Where do you think you are going?" Ruler's authority. I once again used ruler's authority to bring him down. He once again slammed on the ground, but this time he could stand. His shadow armor helped him. "Retainer Yuto." I heard another voice in the air. Another figure showed up. "Silrit!" Yuto shouted. "What is the situation?" he asked and approached Yuto, who was not far away from me after I released ruler's authority. "This lesser, he is dangerous." "My king, this is the retainer that tasked me to get a dragon, Sylvie," a Lacrian servant told me. "What do you think, can we take him on? He has an immense amount of mana." Newly appeared retainer asked Yuto. "There are 2 of us and he is alone. I doubt he is strong as scythes, there is no need to worry," Yuto said. "Alone you say?" I asked, and they soon widened their eyes. "Come forth." Chapter 20, 3rd POV. Come forth. When Ashborn said this, Yuto and Silrit widened their eyes from shock. Chills run down on their backs when Ashborn's shadows started expanding and started forming shapes of monsters. Monsters with black armor and purple glowing parts manifested. A terrifying amount of mana was emanating from them. What the hell is this? Both retainers had similar thoughts. Ashborn meanwhile manifested his own black armor and black one-handed sword from his shadows. Right now, the sword that Ashborn was wielding was emitting more mana than Yudo. Do we even have a chance? Yudo thought while looking at monsters. We have to hold our ground before scythes arrive. Silret said took off from the ground. They will arrive here? Yudo asked, and his expression brightened a little. They would definitely feel such mana outburst. Silret told Yudo. While they were talking about what to do next, suddenly Baru appeared next to them. Yudo's face paled when he saw Baru's speed. Silret, not wasting any time, took hold of Yudo and moved him away from Baru. Silret brought out his large sword and tried to slash Baru, but Ant avoided it without any problems. This Ant isn't even using ether arts. It is using just physical capabilities, yet it's so fast. Silret yelled in his mind. Yudo, use your spikes. Silret yelled at Yudo, but Yudo's next words shocked him even more. I can't use them. This guy can control shadows somehow. Yudo shouted and looked at Ashborn, who was standing on Hockey and looking at them as if looking at bugs. TCH. Just fight black monsters. Silret yelled and started releasing some black fog that covered the battlefield. HM? This black fog has poison? No, it's something different. Ashborn, who was standing on Hockey, felt something in black fog. When he exhaled, he immediately understood that it had something. Unfortunately for you, poisons nor your black fog won't work on me, said Ashborn and looked at Silret. Even that doesn't work? Silret only had one option now. It was just to survive and wait for Scythe's arrival. Ashborn's shadows already neared Yudo and Silret. Yudo had to fight monsters without his main ability because it didn't work on the shadow monsters. Silret also couldn't use his main ability because it didn't work on monsters nor Ashborn. He used gravity art to at least enhance his physical capabilities. When Silret hit one of the monsters and split it half mysteriously, it once again merged in one. These monsters can also regenerate. Silret shouted for Yudo to hear. I already know. How much they fight doesn't matter, monsters regenerate even when they are hit in the head, it just grows back. Silret and Yudo were trying to get away from monsters as much they could. However, their mobility was top-notch, nobody was getting in the way of another. They were getting near Yudo and Silret fastly. If they try to fly high, Ashborn or even Baru will bring them down. All of their abilities were nullified, and enemies were still in shape without any hints of exhaustion. While Yudo and Silret started to pant hardly. Even hope that Scythe will come didn't raise their morale. What will change even if Scythe comes? The outcome was already decided in their eyes. They will die before any Scythe comes here. Baru dashed at two retainers and both of them flew up to dodge the attack. At this moment Yudo felt a familiar feeling. Ruler's authority. They both got frozen in the air. Ashborn used telekinesis on retainers to halt them both in one place and make them easier for them. He ran down the battlefield while being on the Hockey, he prepared his sword for a strong slash. When Hockey was already near retainers, Ashborn slashed with his black swords and split Yudo in half while cutting Silret's leg. Yudo's eyes were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Silret, who fell down on the ground without a leg, didn't even try to fly anymore. He just laid on the ground and waited for his death. Why aren't you fighting for your life? Voice rang out in Silret's ears. It was Ashborn who asked a question. I don't have enough power to fight, it's pointless, I will still die. Silret answered with still closed eyes. Yes, you are right. You will die. With that Ashborn slashed again and killed Silret, but this wasn't the end. But you will reopen your eyes in the darkness. Arise! With a commanding voice, Ashborn shouted, and immediately shadows exploded from Yudo's and Silret's bodies. Shadows soon formed a humanoid shape, they both had purple glowing eyes and purple glowing horns. My king! Both of the shadows shouted and kneeled down in front of Ashborn. Both of them have mana pool equal to general rank. Ashborn thought and observed them a little closer. Both of you had names right. You were Puto and you were Culprit. Right? Ashborn asked, and Shadow's even sweat dropped at this. I don't mean anything bad with the word Puto, it's just Ashborn who forgot Yuto's real name. My liege, they were Yuto and Silrit. Baru intervened just in time. From now on, you are Yuto and you are Silrit. If servants could laugh, they would already be doing this. My liege, shall we enter Relic Tomb now? Baru, who couldn't wait anymore, asked. Yes, in my shadow. With that said, every servant started jumping in his shadow. A few hours later, after the battle, the lone figure could be seen walking on the tempted ground. He was looking around as if searching for something. No traces, but this amount of mana. Figure muttered and trembled a little. Even though I'm scythe and richer-blooded, this is a whole different level. Yes, this was Scythe Kadale, who came here after sensing a sudden outburst of mana. He was in the central dominion of Alacria when he felt an outburst of mana. Unbelievable, I felt an outburst of mana that far away. Was that an Azuris? Such questions were flowing in his mind. I remember retainers were stationed nearly here. Kadale tried to sense the mana of retainers, but couldn't feel anything. The only thing that he felt was mana that gave him a vibe of death. Walking on this tempted land, he saw two corpses. He widened his eyes when he saw horns on those corpses. He ran to them, and when he finally saw faces, he could only sigh. Just what monster appeared here? The monster that tempted everything to the ground and killed two retainers that were supposed to be trump cards of Alacria in war with Dicathan. Besides, nobody would leave such mana signatures if you knew that this territory is of Ritra's, but no. Not only he left mana signatures, but also corpses of retainers. What should I tell Lord Agrona now? He can only say that retainers died at the hands of an unknown attacker. Meanwhile, our Ashborn with his immortal army of shadows was going through Relic Tomb with unbelievable speed. Tearing apart any enemy that was in their eyes, Shadow Army continued their march from portal to portal. Their liege didn't have to intervene, he was just walking through the burning streets of the city that was created by Relic Tomb. Nostalgic memories that Ashborn cherished were getting clearer when he was walking in these burning streets. Remembering his successor was maybe the only happy memory that he had from a past life. Well, bruh, now I'm sad. My liege, we are ready to clear the next floor. Marshal Baru appeared next to Ashborn and informed him. We shall start clearing the next floor. With that said, his soldiers returned to his shadow and waited for their liege to use the portal. 25. This was the count of floors that Ashborn managed to clear in a short amount of time. Right now he is on the 50th floor of Demon Castle, or the 25th floor of this Relic Tomb. There had to be Vulcan, the ruler of the lower floors in the Demon Castle. But current circumstances were different. He already defeated Vulcan in the previous Relic Tomb. What Relic Tomb will come up now? New boss? Or already existing one, but floor different? So it's Midas? How did Relic Tomb change its abilities then? Said Ashborn and looked at the skeleton figure in front of him. Midas was a powerful demon that could summon the undead. Now, will it just summon more dolls? Midas pointed his hand at Ashborn, who only stared at the skeleton. Soon something raised from the ground. Hundreds of undead came out. Those aren't actual undead. Just creation of Relic Tomb, thought Ashborn. He materialized his one-handed black sword from his shadow, and quickly he appeared near Midas and slashed in the middle of the skeleton's chest. Midas couldn't even command his soldiers when he just fell down on the ground and looking at his other half. His undead army also started falling. Ashborn wanted to take a fragment that was in Midas's body, but Baru came out and did this before him. My liege, you shouldn't touch this lowly creature. Baru took out a fragment and while on knees offered it to his liege. Ashborn felt awkward and just tooted without any words. Should there be also crystal? Why can't I feel it? Ashborn wondered if there is a crystal that managed Relic Tomb. My king, there possibility that you destroyed it while attacking this lowly creature. A Lacrian servant told Ashborn. Still without name, T to the power of T. This is the second relic tomb. There are 2 more. I shall clear them after I visit Dicathan," said Ashborn. For his time being in relic tombs, he of course already knew that time goes differently in relic tombs because of ether. Monarchs can feel changes in time and space. It's even mentioned in the latest chapter of Solo Leveling. "My liege, shouldn't we hurry and clear relic tombs before lowly creatures do it?" Baru just wanted to fight and came up with some reason to make his liege continue clearing relic tombs. "They won't be able to, Vrithras won't let them enter. Besides, I'm not in hurry. When I had to hurry I was late. So I shall do everything calmly," Ashborn said, and some sadness could be felt in the air. "This lowly creature apologizes for making you sad, my liege. Forget it, I want to go back for now. Besides, it's time to finish my work in the guild." That's the end of this tale for now. Like and subscribe for further installments. Check out some other stories on the channel, and with that being said, peace.